Well, well. Stop it. Same old Cowboys. I ain't listening to this stuff. Y'all ready to hear the real? Let's go. It is time. It is time to get it. If you are negative, if you think the season is over, if you think the same old Cowboys, if you think the glass is half empty, if you agree with Colin Cowherd on 2 games for the Dallas Cowboys, if you believe in 4th place in the NFC East, get out of here. Get out. It is time to talk Cowboys. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this live stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you'll know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We got a lot of great things going on this season. Now let's talk facts. Stop it. Stop this madness, Cowboys fans. Anybody who's been following me, did I not tell you this part? Brand new coach, brand new coaches, whole bunch of new players. Rookies are going to have to step up. We have a whole lot of new things that have to get acclimated. And today was, again, exactly what the Dallas Cowboys needed. This is exactly what they needed. And I guarantee you, Brian Schottenheimer is going to use this as a building point. So you got to get kicked in the teeth so you can, hey, we are America's team, but understand this. We're going against each other. Did I not tell y'all, hey, the Rams going to be a different speed. So the Rams went at a different speed as the Cowboys. The same thing happened to the offense. That first Sunday in pads, the offense wasn't used to getting knocked around. Well, now the whole team came up against another team, and the whole team was not used to getting knocked around. That's exactly what we needed. We needed some live bullets. So now we know what we need to be working on. Man, let's go. Let me show y'all what this thing is about tonight. Y'all know how I do it. We got topics tonight. Oh, and this show is going to be fire. Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Jerry Jones, there is never a dull moment. And I'm telling y'all, this is why the media loves this man. Don't y'all let these people fool y'all. Don't y'all let these people fool you. They want you to hate the owner because it puts more money in their pockets, because the reality is they love the owner. This man is never a dull moment. 105.3, we're heading back down to Dallas. Brian Broaddus is going to give a breakdown of kind of what he saw today with the Rams. Then we had a couple of interviews come down. Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku, and y'all already know your boy got you. I went to X and I got all the best plays from the day. I thought it was going to be televised, but I guess not. I got you all the plays from today. We're going to look at some of those plays. We're going to analyze. We're going to break them down. But nevertheless, we are going to come to the truth about the Dallas Cowboys. We good. We good, Cowboy fans. Shotty Presser, Jerry interview, Brothers breakdown, Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku, the plays. Man, let's go. Let's get us a quick little intro going. Let's get us a quick let's get a quick roll call in here. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Ron Hanna up in the crib. Ron Hanna, I'm gonna bring you back to recollection.
Yo, G, bless him.
Let's go. Ron Hanna said in this crazy if they allowed us to continue the whole season. They're not. Trust me, they're not. YouTube user, 52. Safety's better. Safety's better than the quarterback. Y'all don't worry about it. John Jones, he said, what up, G Money? It's a New Jack City. You know what time it is. Hey, what is going on? What up? D said 2 of the 3 pictures look bad. Yeah, of course they do. These. Man, let me tell you something. Did I not tell y'all before? That Rams defensive line, did I not tell y'all before? They almost knocked off the Philadelphia Eagles. That Rams defensive line almost single-handedly knocked out the Philadelphia Eagles. Them boys ain't playing on that front line, bro. I'm telling you. The big Brownbowski. Yeah, I had to push it back to 9:30, man. I had some stuff come up. But it's all good. We ready. Hey, and y'all know we ain't going no hour and a half. We going. 5 points of the star. What's going on? Katharina Kiss. What's going on? Katharina Kiss. I'm going late. You want to stay up with me tonight? What's going on? Good to see you, Katharina Kiss. Lisa Worley. What's going on? Lisa Worley. Tolbert showed up today. Derek G. What up with the defense? We gonna get there. My sister LaQueen. What's going on? My brother in Florida. What's up with you? Good to see you. Lord Nova. C-Base up in here. Let's go. Bless him. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, he said bless him. Let's go. Jameson Taylor. Hope all is well. My sister, Brandy Mahoney. What's going on? Justin Bradley up in here. Ant Brown 916. What up with you? Alan Moore up in here. Let's go. Let's go. All right. R-Dub 763. You know I'm about to spit the truth. Reginald Mackey up in the crib. What's going on? Alfredo Morales. Hello. El Chuca in the house. What's going on? All right. We about to get this thing going. Danny Torres. What up with you? Justin Bradley up in here. What up with y'all? Brian Davis in the crib. What's going on? Brian said, imagine trying to brainwash us to think our disgruntlement with the Joneses is because of the media. I didn't tell you that. Brian, I didn't tell you that. I told you don't let the media fool you. Because the media loves Jerry Jones. The media loves Jerry Jones. This man is never a dull moment. Jerry does enough things on his own for people to get disgruntled. But I ain't knocking Jerry this year. I'm rolling with Jerry this year. I'm rolling with it. I don't care who get mad. I'm rolling with Jerry on this one. I told y'all, Brian, you late to the party. Y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. Did I not tell y'all? The Joneses were at war with these doggone agents. In particular, athletes first. They're at war. Let's go. Lucky Fullwood, he said, brother, it's gonna be a good one tonight. Yes, sir. You guys hang with me to the end. We gonna spit facts tonight. Oddball, what up from Charlotte, North Kakalaki? What's going on with you? My man Tony Simmons, Antoine Jones, Jared Thomas, number 1 Dak Prescott fan, and number 2, D Block 88. What's up? Oh man, now you ain't gonna be quiet tonight. Stop it, D Block 88. Boy, we gonna, hey, it's us tonight. We getting busy up in here. Mark Vasquez, y'all know we gonna speak some truth. You can speak your mind here. You will not get attacked. Mingo played physical today, G. All right. I can't get everybody in, but again, Matt D, Robert M. I can't forget Robert M. 31. My man up in here. What up? Ty Howard. All right, let's get it. All right. So let's get to this first story. Brian Schottenheimer. Y'all have to understand something. The Rams are good. I don't know why anybody's surprised. The Rams actually would have done this to anybody, including the Philadelphia Eagles, because they did it in the playoff game. They just couldn't stop Saquon Barkley, but they were all over Jalen Hurts. I mean, they almost blanked Jalen Hurts in that playoff game. Y'all better go check the tape on the Rams. I told y'all this. Man, this Rams defensive line, them boys are nasty. This is the perfect preparation for the Dallas Cowboys. It's the perfect preparation. You want to know what it's going to be like to go against the Eagles in week 1? Here it is. The Rams is absolutely nasty up front, guys. I'm telling you. They're absolutely nasty. And so I said it today on X. No surprise. No surprise whatsoever that the Rams were able to stop the Cowboys from running. Why? Because they're front four. The Rams were all in the Cowboys' backfield. Why? Because of their front four. This is why we need a true one tech. And hey, y'all, we can't be acting surprised. Did I not do an entire show almost on Matt Eberflus's defense? Have I not been saying that bend, don't break, don't work? It's not a championship level defense. The only way bend, don't break works is you got super studs in every position and you're actually not ever hardly bending. And Lord forbid, you definitely not breaking. We got to understand what we're talking about and what we're looking at. Brian Schottenheimer also told us Cowboys were not really going to throw a whole lot at the Rams. Did he not tell us that? He said we're not going to show a whole lot. Now, I think come Saturday, I got a feeling Brian going to show the Rams a little bit more. But didn't I tell y'all? Y'all gotta follow me now. Did I not tell y'all? The preseason game against the Rams was going to be the evaluation game. So did Brian Schottenheimer, and don't y'all discount Jerry and Stephen Jones and Will McClay. Before you just start bombarding your team and start bringing in people from here and there and everywhere, no. You show your team what they are. You show your team what they are first. And then when your team sees what it is, when you come to your team and say, this is who we are right now, and we need help at the cornerback position. We need a one tech. We need whatever else we need. Folk don't get all in their feelings. Because they themselves are watching themselves on tape as you break things down and say, no, we need help right here. We need help right here. Don't take this Rams game like it's going to determine the season. That's a bold-faced lie. People are already talking about, oh, same old Cowboys. Stop it. Stop this madness. The preseason. And this ain't even an official preseason game. It was a scrimmage. If you are saying that this scrimmage determines the Cowboys' whole season, well, you might as well not even watch this season then. You might as well not even watch. That's crazy work. That's crazy work to even go there. I see this game. One of my favorite movies is The Matrix. I see this game exactly how I saw the movie The Matrix. When Neo comes out of the Matrix and he's the one, and they want to start putting him through these tests, and they can tell he's showing flashes of being the one. But then when it comes to him to jump off the building, what happens when he jumps off the building? Now, by the end of the movie, if you hadn't seen it, I'm sorry, spoiler alert, but by the end of the movie, Neo finds out he is the one. Not only does he figure out he's the one, he's flying by the end of the movie. He's not flying by the beginning of the movie. The Cowboys needed this butt whooping. They needed it. They need to know who they are. And the Rams is not just any team. I've told y'all this. Perfect preparation. So when the Cowboys, in case they thought when they went to the bathroom it don't stink, the Rams kicked that door open and said, put some air freshener up in here. It stink. Y'all got to understand, I said this last year too. Do y'all not understand? Teams get up for the Cowboys. They turn it up a notch. The Cowboys are the only team I know like this. Every team plays us and they turn it up a notch. You want to know why? Because we're America's team. We're always on television. Our owner is all over the television right now. Michael Parsons all over the television right now. People talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Colin Cowherd talking about doggone Brian Schottenheimer going to win 2 games because his hat on backwards. Stop this madness. This is madness. I saw the game today. The highlights I've seen so far, I'm just kind of like, okay. I really didn't expect anything more, but I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you what I've gleaned from this, and then we're gonna get into Brian Schottenheimer, and I'll talk about this more as we get into the show. I'm gonna tell you what I did glean from this. Dak Prescott is Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is Dak Prescott. We couldn't run the ball. But Dak Prescott was carving them boys up. Dak Prescott was diming them. Straight up diming them. I'm going to show you the plays. Dak Prescott was diming them boys. If Dak Prescott stays healthy, and I told y'all I don't want us to be here, we could still beat a team like the Rams because they're going to still have problems stopping all of our weapons. Do y'all know we're not showing the Rams everything we are? Why would we do that? Why would we just say, hey, we about to go buck wild up in here? We about to have Cavante Turpin out of the backfield, Jaden Blue in the slot. We're about to have, we're about to put Pickens, Mingo, CeeDee Lamb. We about to go buck wild up in here. And we are about to unleash mid-season plays on them. Why? Understand what this was for today. For individual players to see where they are. That's what this was for today. It was not for us to look at this game and go, ooh, this is the same old cow. Man, I'm seeing people saying this stuff, and I'm just like, what is wrong with our fan base? Why do we cling to negativity like a magnet? We just run to the internet. We run and we just report. Yeah, the Cowboys suck. The Cowboys can't stop the run. The Cowboys can't run. This is going to be what they are this season. In the first practice against the Rams, we've drawn a conclusion for a 17-game season. Stop this madness. This was for evaluation. Brian Schottenheimer had already told us this. He wasn't going to throw a lot at the Rams. This is player evaluation. Let's get into this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. And I'm going to show you how ludicrous people are. And I'm telling us, we got to stop. We got to stop being like everyone else around this team. I'm not going to do it. And I can tell by the way some people respond and talk, how they're trying to come at me. And don't worry, I can take it. I'm a grown man. I can take it. Don't bother me. But you need to understand something. I'm going to push back because I'm not a glass half empty person. People so bad want the Cowboys just to be what we've always been. I don't believe for a second. There are so many people that actually don't want the Cowboys to be better. They tell you they do, but they don't. They wouldn't know what to tell you if the Cowboys were better. They wouldn't. They wouldn't know what to tell you. I'm glad y'all are here. Calm down. We still good. Let's get into this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. I'm sure Shotty is going to, I haven't even listened to it. I'm sure Shotty is going to be saying some similar things. Do not roll up in here acting like the season is over based on a scrimmage? What? Stop it. I'm not going for this mess. I'm not going for this mess. And y'all shouldn't either. Breathe. Cowboys are fine. Trust me.
Yeah.
Now, when Brian Schottenheimer comes out, he doesn't do it on here. They've shrank it down since. But Brian Schottenheimer opens up the press conference with his hat backwards, and then with his visor backwards, and then he turns it forward. And the reason why he does this is because Colin Cowherd is one of these people who feed Dallas Cowboy fans also, talking about the Dallas Cowboys will win only 2 games because Brian Schottenheimer wears his visor backwards. Talking about this man don't dress good. So now we're in a superstition. Absolute dumbness. This is what they're laughing about at the beginning.
Yeah.
You guys did that. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Saw Joe Milton didn't finish practice. What happened, man?
Yeah, hit his thumb. Got it clipped on a helmet. Trainers think he's fine. He had pretty good strength in it, but just with the game coming up in a couple of days, we just want to be smart with it. So do more testing, but I think he's fine.
Say fine as of right now, or is it just like we need more work before you can determine about something?
No, again, they feel really good about it. I'll get more information later today, but he felt like he could go back in. It was more of a precautionary thing where like he used up a lot of his velocity on that 75-yard bomb, and we're like, I think we'll just sit him out for a little while.
Thoughts overall on the scrimmage? I know it was hard for you to be on both fields, but just your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I thought it was great work. I mean, I told you guys yesterday, part of the reason why you do this is because of the scheme looks that you get. Like, we need different looks. We need the 3-4 looks. We needed some of the things that Chris Shula and his staff do and they present. And quite honestly, they gave us some fits, and we had some communication errors. And, run game wasn't great on offense. Some of the run-through linebackers, we got to do a better job against that. But we got a bunch of work and a bunch of different looks. And so, like anything, we'll go watch the film here in a little bit, and usually it's not as bad or as good. I think a couple of the guys stepped up, made some big plays, but there's always things to learn from. But don't lose sight of why we do this. We do this for that exact reason, to get looks that we haven't seen and different blitzes and all that stuff. And then of course I didn't see any of the defense.
Say it again for the people in the back, Brian Schottenheimer.
Damn it.
Say it again for the people in the back. This scrimmage was not for Dallas Cowboy, fill in the blank, to look at a scrimmage and go, this is the season for the Cowboys. This is exactly what what are you talking about? Brian Schottenheimer, as I knew he would say, evaluation. We wanted some different defensive looks so we can go on tape. Now watch what they're going to do. They're going to take this tape and they're going to take it and look at it as an offense, and they're going to show and dissect like, okay, this happened here. This happened here. This should have happened here. Somebody should have did this. Somebody should have did this. Watch this. Now, this is how we will attack a defense like this. What are we talking about? That's what you're doing this for. You want to play a team like the Rams before you play the Eagles. While the Eagles might not run all of the exotic fronts, but their front four is as good almost, if not better than the Eagles. And we're going to see what the Eagles look like with some of the moves they made. But the Rams are, if you were asking me right now, as good. You wanted this team. This team is going to help you get ready for the season. That's all you're doing. I know we are saying we're going to the Super Bowl. And then you see a game like a scrimmage. I can't even believe what I'm saying. People are drawing conclusions from a scrimmage. A scrimmage. No, don't draw any conclusions. It's an evaluation. That's all it is. Players are being evaluated. Watch this. Coaches are being evaluated too. Coach, okay. So this is what happened today when we did this. How are you going to adjust? If I'm Brian Schottenheimer, my coaches, when I sit them down without the players, okay, guys, we got to hand it to us today. What are we going to do on this look right here? What are we going to do on this look? What are we going to do right here? We got to do, I mean, what are we going to do? What player do you think that we have would be better? Where could we line a player up where he could be more efficient? That's all this is. This Cowboys team, I'm sticking to where I was before. This Cowboys team is very good. On the verge of being great, but we still need some players. That's no news to nobody. We need players. Okay, I believe we're going to get those players. We just don't have them right now. But this was good for the Cowboys. And this is all Brian is saying too. Guys, let's not forget why we're doing this. We're not doing this to determine we're going to the Super Bowl. We're doing this because we want to evaluate myself, Brian Schottenheimer. I want to evaluate myself. I want to evaluate my coaching staff. I want to evaluate the mentality. I want to evaluate how do I bounce back? What did I see? How do my coaches say to me what they saw? How do we come up with a better plan to be better against this? Now, let me help y'all again. Do y'all remember what happened the first Sunday the Cowboys put them pads on? Offense looked like trash. But then by day 3, what happened? Offense got a little used to being knocked around. Offense got a little used to the speed, the contact. Offense started getting used to some things. And what happened? Cowboys started killing them on the boundaries. CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens started killing them on the boundaries. This is why you're doing this stuff. It is not for us to be looking at this, talking about the Cowboys, the same old Cowboys, and it's DEFCON 5 or whichever way you go, and start saying the Cowboys are done. It is not for us to be doing that. Let me read this super chat from my man, Jared Thomas. Jared Thomas said, G, for real, the Rams D-line had Hurts looking like the old Jalen Hurts before he got his super team. That Jalen Hurts is still in him if you pressure him. Oh, yeah, pressure busts the pipe. Where the Rams failed, they couldn't stop Saquon Barkley. They stopped Jalen Hurts. They couldn't stop Saquon Barkley. And they kind of stopped Saquon Barkley. But the problem is, Saquon Barkley is a very dangerous running back. Because Saquon Barkley was the same way in New York. 1 yard. He'll run for 1. He'll run for 2. He'll run for 5. He'll get a -2. He'll run for 3. He'll run for 6. And just when you think you got him and you blink your eyes, boom, 70 yards. 70 yards. 65 yards. And then you're looking at the score sheet. You're looking at the box score talking about, yeah, man. Shoot, Saquon Barkley ran all over these boys. Yeah. On like 3 or 4 plays, he killed him. Saquon Barkley hits you with dagger runs. I mean, absolute dagger runs. Saquon Barkley, I'm telling you, this is where I like Saquon Barkley. If I had a choice to pick between Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, I'm choosing Saquon Barkley. I like the bruiser type of running back that Derrick Henry is. But while Derrick Henry, and he's older. We ain't talking about young Derrick Henry. Now, we ain't talking about the younger Derrick Henry. I'm talking about Derrick Henry right now. Derrick Henry takes a little bit longer to get going than maybe, let's say, Saquon Barkley, because Saquon Barkley is at a point in his career where, now he hits you anytime Saquon Barkley could just go off on you. With Derrick Henry, for me, you got to get Derrick Henry going. You got to keep feeding him the rock. Saquon Barkley is just like, man, if you just get him one play where he got to open, he'll kill you. And then he'll go back in his shell like, okay, I'm going to go back to what I was doing before. But again, the Rams couldn't stop Saquon Barkley on those big plays where he killed him. Because other than that, boy, that doggone Rams defensive line was putting a hurt on Jalen Hurts. So let's stop acting like we got beat. I can't even believe I'm saying got beat. Because we got pretty much manhandled by a team like the Rams. Did anybody see them down the stretch? They were a Super Bowl caliber team. I'm telling you. They were a Super Bowl caliber team. And so Brian Schottenheimer, I'm just telling you, all he wanted to do today was to show his defense, show his offense. This is kind of where you are. We got some things to work on. Let's go back and watch film. And when we see these boys on Saturday, it's going to be a different game because we're going to throw a little bit more at them. We're going to throw a little bit more at them. Today, I'm telling you, I'm like Ice Cube. Today was a good day for me. Today was a good day. You have to show people who they are. Tell them what they have the potential to be. Help them to be all they can be. And then they'll start to believe. We good. I'm great. We're good. Right? I have to say it again, people. Gee, some people don't understand what that really means in football facts. I'm telling us, Ron Hanna, people are nutty when it comes to this team. I mean, they can't wait to run and say, I told you we was trash. And number one reason why we was trash is because Michael Parsons wasn't out there. Stop it. None of those reasons were it. The Rams are just a doggone good team. New coach, new coaches, new players, new systems. A lot of things are new about the Cowboys. We're evaluating ourselves. Good. We're good to go. We're good to go, and I like what we did. Robert M. said, what's the difference between Trent? Robert M. going crazy. I mean, Robert M. said, what's the difference between Trent Dilfer and Jalen Hurts? He said nothing. Boy, let me tell you something, boy. It's some Philadelphia Eagle fans, right, boy. If they saw you say that, boy, they have you, man. Boy, they be after you. It's the extreme. He said Cowboys don't have a run defense. Everyone knows that. It's the extreme. Hold on. Now, it's the extreme. I don't think you were here for the breakdown of Matt Eberflus's defense. It's bend, don't break. Matt Eberflus at times has a tendency to give up yardage to running backs. He doesn't always do it, but he does do it from time to time. That bend, don't break defense, if you got a real good running attack, you will be able to get from the 20 to the 20 on them. Your struggle will be inside the 20. The red zone will be your struggle against Matt Eberflus's defense. If you notice what the Rams did today, the Rams were hitting the Cowboys, and this is where the Cowboys are going to have some work. See, they were hitting the Cowboys on the big plays. Matt Eberflus's defense is actually designed to not give up those big plays. Now, if you notice, Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling you, he was not trying to win this game. This dude had some of the undrafted free agents on. I mean, who was the dude he had on? Devontae Adams. What? Come on, man. No, he's evaluating. He's not out there talking about, hey, the run playing. Shadow Devontae Adams. That's not what this is. That's not what this is. Sweet Zeke. Dak carved them boys up. Yeah, it did. It looked real good. Dak carved them boys. Man, Dak carved them boys. Dak carved them boys up. I'm telling you, Dak carved them boys up. The one thing that we know what Dak is. With George Pickens, I don't care if it's the doggone Rams. If you give Dak a second, he going to carve them boys up. And Dak was carving them boys up today. And if this would have been a regular season game, think about this. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb would have made the Rams do something different. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb would have made the Rams do something different. And then when you threw Kevontae Turpin out there, I'm telling you, this thing was very generic today. Brian knows they could have did some things different against the Rams and really gave them some problems. He wasn't trying to give them problems. He was trying to see. He wanted his team to see what they are. He wanted his coaches to see the different fronts. He wanted people to see different things that they have not been seeing from each other, because the Cowboys practicing against each other week after week after week. The defense can pick up on maybe tendencies. The offense can pick up on tendencies. They getting a little chippy, a little pushy. They getting a little anxious because it's more anticipatory for them. But when the Rams came to town, okay, now y'all need to get used to it now. Y'all need to get used to it. We back on this now. You're going to start seeing different looks every single week. So you're going to have to now, watch what else just happened. You're now going to have to go into a film room, watch the team that you actually didn't play. You're going to have to watch the film on a team that played the previous week, minus week 1. You're going to have to watch the film or watch the film on a team that played somebody the previous week, unless it's a bye week, but you'll still be able to go to the game before that, look at things they did, and make adjustments and come up with a game plan. Ta-da! This is what this was for today. This is what this was for today. It wasn't for us to walk away going, oh, the season is over. What? Stop it. Catherine the kids, I agree with you. Said hit that like button. My man Alfredo Morales said, anyone freaking out over how the Cowboys looked in this scrimmage just don't know a doggone thing about football, period. Obviously, they're not used to how this works. But let me get some more Brian Schottenheimer in, because I want to get through this tonight. I'm awake in here. What's up? I'm awake. You going to be awake with me the rest of the night? Hey, we might as well call this Cowboys After Dark tonight. Y'all know we ain't going no hour up in here. Nah, we going past midnight tonight. I'm just telling you up front. So go in there and get your no-dos on, get you a couple of cups of coffee, eat you some Snickers bars, because we talking tonight unless you going to work and going to sleep. We all good. I'm telling y'all we all good. Katharina Kiss said, we don't want to give up our plays, G. Katharina Kiss, why would we? That's what people not getting. Katharina. Schottenheimer said it. We're not going to throw a whole lot at the Rams. So wait a minute. This was the generic version of Dak in this offense? Whew. This was the generic version? Y'all wait until I show you the plays. And I'm not going to be biased. Boy, the Rams was putting it down today. I ain't even playing. The Rams were putting it down to the Cowboys, man. Jerry said, gee, what I saw is the same old Dak that owned Jalen Hurts and his good Eagles defenses. Yep, Eagles in some trouble, G. This ain't going to be rushed this year. Straight up, Jerry. Appreciate that super chat. Shoot. Hey, man. I agree with you. Lisa Worley, I got you some tape on this man, Jalen Tolbert. Shoot, I'm telling you. The Queen said all the fighting the boys doing each other better do the same other teams. Get tough with these teams. Yeah. And you just watch how this continues to develop. Steve Rogers said it's practice. That's why they do it. Steve Rogers. Man, we got people. I'm telling you, Steve, they out here talking about season over. What? The season over. Sweet Zeke, he said it's a friggin' practice game, people. Man, Sweet Zeke, people trying to evaluate the Cowboys' whole season. I mean, we done already jump on the whole season. Man, go away, calm down. Calm down, guys. I saw exactly what I think as it was told to Neo in the Matrix. She told you what you needed to hear. The Cowboys today saw exactly what they needed to see. That's what they saw. Now let us be careful, because in this process, we start getting our feelings. We get in our feelings. Don't get in your feelings. The Cowboys are going to bring in some more players. Cowboys are going to bring in some more players. And I think what they're going to do is not just a scrimmage. They're going to get past the Rams game. And then I think that's when we're going to start seeing them talking about bringing in players. I think that's when they'll start talking about bringing in players. So, again, I think the Cowboys are fine. I just think we need to understand something. I mean, two things can be true. We're being evaluated. We're in an evaluation look. But the Rams, shoot, man, them boys good. Shoot, them men good over there. I'm just telling you. They're good. I'm awake said y'all should have went D-line in the first round. Hey, regardless if we go first round or not, I'm awake. Man, the Rams got a great defensive line. And their offensive line ain't shabby either. What's going on, Miss Matrix? All right, we're gonna get back to Shotty. I don't want to keep out of 6 a.m. Let me see here. Deuce Falco with the crib. What up with you? Deuce Falco said, what up, G? Rams fan. Y'all will be okay. Appreciate you. Deuce Falco. Hey, you know better than I do. You know better than I do, Deuce Falco. Y'all defensive line ain't no joke. Deuce Falco, y'all defensive line ain't no joke. Now, where the Rams are hurting, Deuce Falco, you tell me if you agree. Where the Rams are really hurting is on the backside. If you can get time to throw, you can complete passes down the field on the Rams. A lot of people were saying that the Rams are going to bring back Jalen Ramsey. A lot of people were expecting them to bring him back, but they didn't bring him back. And I'm pretty sure the reason why they didn't bring him back was the doggone money. But the Rams, as far as their defensive line goes, shoot, let me tell you something. They are second to almost none. Boys is nice. And so they gave us a very good evaluation. All right, let's get back to Shotty. I'm going to show you something else about why we need to calm down about this scrimmage.
Anyway,
You want to sit on the stage?
yeah.
You normally do.
Well, I do it before you get.
Okay.
But is there anything that you focused on? You talk about the run offense and things like that. And certainly we were paying attention to Nate Thomas once against a guy like Jerry Burks for the first time. Can you talk about those things? How did Nate look?
Yeah, I thought, again, Verse a great player, number one. He's a terrific player, and he certainly is going to make his plays. He made a few plays. I think a couple of the plays were on, like, games and things, but I thought Nate battled. I thought there were some good things that he did. And, again, those reps, Clarence, are just priceless because the guys he goes against every day, Sam Williams and Donovan and Dante, they're just different looks and different body types. And but overall, I thought it was a good day. Again, I'm not going to say we played great. We didn't. I thought it was solid. But, we'll go and make the corrections. And great start for us getting ready to play these guys here in a couple days.
Brian Connors with ESPN. That was the most work Will Greer's gotten. How do you think he did? And what kind of camp, I guess?
Yeah, again, Will's been incredible in terms of just the way he's handled this whole situation, understanding that, Joe's going to get, so much work. And just as we try to develop him, I thought he did a really good job. The 2-minute was unfortunate at the end. He kind of got stuck, and we didn't block something well. They beat us on a little game, and he kind of tried to force it, got intercepted. But Will's a consummate pro, man. And, he's always going to be ready. Same thing. We weren't planning on having him get, many reps at all today. That was communicated to him, as you guys know. We like to always do, but that's what happens. That's football. So you get forced into it, and I thought he did some nice things and definitely understands our scheme so well.
With the Athletic, if you could just fix one thing about the run game today, what would it be?
The run-throughs, handling run-through linebackers. So what happens when you're double-teaming people, John, what happens is the linebackers, they have to make a decision. And so the linebackers were playing fast and downhill, and they were fitting their gaps. It's all based on how you try to build a wall on defense, and we just got to play with our eyes up a little bit better. We got fit on the double teams, but we didn't come off to the second level, so there's too much color at the point of attack.
And then with Devontae Turpin, how much do you think that he has kind of still in his bag to show offensively compared to like what he's shown up to this point in his NFL career?
Well, we see, a lot.
Co-producer is going to give you unique sounds that actually fits your track in seconds. Let me show you.
You know, we see it every day, so we're not surprised by it, but guy's just a dynamic weapon, and, you know, the things he can do, you know, running and catching, and the quickness and the agility that he has is just different, you know, and, you know, I think we feel like we've got a much better sense for how we're using him, and late in practice today, we kind of moved him and moved CD outside, and Terp went inside, and those guys are a little bit interchangeable. But yeah, he's. I think he's going to have a fabulous year. I really do in every facet.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. I know you're keeping it fairly vanilla, but your first time with CD and Pickens against a defense that's not your own. What did you make of what they did as a tandem?
You see the problems that they create. You know, I think they both made some really good plays. You know, you see their ability to, you know, separate contested balls and things like that. Again, you know, we're not game planning. We're literally being pretty vanilla.
Say it again.
But those guys, you don't have to do much to get them open. And, you know, I think there was a lot of flags thrown today, you know, so we'll go look at those. There's some, well, we told the officials, hey, some of the rules emphasis with alignments and things like that. We want you to, you know, throw the flags, keep track so we can talk to our guys and teach them, because more than likely that's the way they're going to call the preseason games. But specifically those two guys, I think they just feed off each other. And, you know, it shows you that when you have one on one side and one on the other, it's pretty daunting for a defense.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you talked about kind of the run offense wanting to be kind of your identity. It kind of seemed like the run opened up a little bit more after some passing success. Do you feel like maybe with, like you were just talking about, Lamb and Pickens, maybe building through the pass first, then getting to the run identity-wise for you guys offensively? Yeah,
I mean, you know, I think at the end of the day, I feel like this, Garrett. I mean, you know, you need to be able to run the ball when they know you're going to run it, and you need to be able to throw it when they know you have to throw it. And I thought we had a great 2-minute drive there at the end with the ones. That was really good. And, you know, I think those guys certainly help you. Why do they help you? Because, you know, if teams want to play us, you know, an 8-man front or a 7-man front, which means one high defense. You guys all know that. Then those guys are on the outside one-on-one. And, you know, you feel really good about those two guys' ability to win their matchups one-on-one. And, again, we could potentially get some light boxes because of the threat that we have on the outside.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but the chance to go against these guys, then watch film, and then get a chance to maybe apply some lessons learned. How much of an opportunity is that in the immediate turnaround?
It's great. You know, again.
See, I said this. This is the process. You created a situation to where you played a team, they hit you in the mouth. You get to go back, look at the tape. How do you adjust? You got to get a brand new coaching staff who's never coached together. You got to get them used to doing this together. They may have done it individually, but they've never done it together as a team. There are some young coaches on this team too. So everybody on the staff has to now get in the process of processing what happened on tape. Where do we make our adjustments? You won't be able to play a team the week before and then, or 2 or 3 days before, and then come back in a real game. But you now have tape to say, what could we have done better right there? What adjustments are we going to make here? That's what the point was. That's what the point was. It wasn't for us to look at the Cowboys and start talking about the season. Cowboys going to be fine this season. Absolutely fine.
It's great. You know, we play, these guys are a 3-4 defense. We play Baltimore, they're a 3-4 defense. So you get a couple of it back-to-back. Everybody plays different nickel packages, but, like, these guys have different blitzes that, you know, we haven't seen, and you don't know some of the numbers. You know, we haven't game plan. We don't, you know, I can't tell you, you know, who number 47 is for them. I have no idea. So, like, those present problems for you, which we'll certainly have a better idea who we're going against on game day. But today it was more about us, and it was just, hey, let's see what we do. Throw the ball out there and see what happens. Did some good things, need to do some things better. I think we scripted 3 periods and we had 3 call-its. So it was basically half and half.
Scruggs, NBC5 Dallas. Can you speak to Mozzie's health, and did you get a chance to pay attention at all out here, and what did you see?
I did not. I know that, we're not concerned about Mozzie. He got some tests run, but again, I wasn't concerned. But again, I can't speak, to what he did over there today. We'll go watch the film here tonight, but we're not overly concerned about it.
Jordan Rodriguez with The Athletic. When you were going through your process, talking with Matt Eberflus about how you wanted the full operation to run practice, building an ecosystem together, did you lean on anything that he had previously experienced, or as a head coach, or did you lean on anything that he wished he would have known when he first started the head job? Yeah, first of all, Flus is amazing. I mean, he's got great insight for me. He's been a head coach. He's been a head coach that was the play caller, right? So there's incredible, knowledge that he has there. Of course, there's things that he's like, hey, I wish I would have done this. I wish I would have done that. I go back to the start when we were doing the staff. I mean, just the nightly meetings, him and I watching film and talking through philosophy and talking through, how as a coach, your resume is really what the film looks like. So you turn the film on, but, some of the, just the philosophical things that we've talked about, there really wasn't, a ton of things for us to iron out. He and I see the game very similarly, and the intensity and the style of his defense is great. I don't know if we created any turnovers today or not on defense, but because of the two separate fields. But I love having him. He's a hell of a coach, and again, a guy that I lean on quite a bit. As you guys were talking, that you felt his experience level, having done this, and being a high caliber of defensive play caller, take anything off your plate that you funnel into other areas and spending your energy in other areas?
No, I mean, not at this moment. Again, I don't have to go in the defensive room that often. I'm in there some. I know it's in good hands. It's a veteran staff. Andre Curtis, David Overstreet, a lot of these guys have been with them. White Cotton. I'll watch it with them, tonight, obviously. But no, I mean, I have great, confidence in Matt. He communicates well to me, and like I said, we see the game the same way. So that's important.
Michelle Montaigne, WBA. Coach, how did it feel for you being out there calling plays again, and then for the first time, for your team?
Yeah, it was fun. It's always fun. You get a chance to do this, and you've done it for a long time, but you get just kind of lost in the moment, like, okay, hey, what down and distance is it? Okay, what's the situation? Okay, who's in the game? But look, at the end of the day, it's, it's something that you think about when you get the job, and you think about doing it, but when you're out there doing it, instincts take over, and you just call the game. And, again, I think I had some plays I liked, some I didn't. But again, at the end of the day, I wanted to see if we could, get physical late, and I thought we did that in some of the red zone stuff. But the film will come to life and tell me more when I get a chance to watch it.
Eric Williams, Fox Sports. Coach, I wanted to circle back to Pickens. What was your evaluation of how he played in the red zone, and how will his role continue to evolve as you kind of put together the identity of the offense?
Yeah, he caught 2 touchdowns. One, I think, they called OPI. The other one I couldn't tell was a bang play. The defender came up with the ball, but again, the matchup, the size, the ability for him to separate when he's covered, is really impressive. And again, the more he and Dak spend time together doing things like that, he's a guy that you have to lean a safety over there. I mean, you have to. I mean, he's too dangerous. And so, again, just his catch radius, his length it's almost second to none. I mean, he just, he came down with one on. We ran a little deep curl, and the receiver, the DB was all over, but he's a big man. And so, again, he just gets more and more confident every day in the things that we're doing, the system and the scheme. And I think that's important because, again, we want to make sure we can move CD around, put him in different spots. And, with what GP's shown, I think that's not going to be a problem at all.
Jeff Cole with Fox 4. Coach, what did you think of Dak's day and just overall disappointing camp? What do you feel about where he's at?
Yeah, again, I love Dak. I love what he's doing. I think, there was one hot that he missed that I know he was sick about. They got us on a pretty good pressure off the backside. But I thought he did a good job. He was, checking the ball down, taking what they gave us. We threw a ton of situations at him in terms of normal D&D, back on track, things like that. But I thought it was a good day. I thought he did a nice job. The tempo was good, which is always important to us. And again, I'm going to say it again. I mean, we're playing pretty vanilla, and we're just focusing on execution. And can we run block? Can we get open? Can we pass block? And that's the way the preseason is going to go.
Yeah, you really think about something that Brian Schottenheimer, I think, alluded to a second ago, and I'm gonna come to the comments here in a moment. But you think about something else that I think that Brian is doing here, and I think he alluded to it a second ago. He kind of wanted this to be for his team, kind of like backyard football. I just want to see how tough you are. The Rams are a very physical team. I want to see how tough you are. Are you tough enough to stand up to the Rams? Because the Rams are going to be probably one of the top 6 teams in the NFC this season. They're going to be one of the top teams. We're going to see them in the playoffs. I promise you, we will see them in the playoffs. They're a very tough team. I don't know, children are different these days. And these days, you can't even do this type of stuff because, the children today, the parents are crazy. But when I was young, shoot, man, you somebody be picking on you. Your mama, your daddy, hey, fight them. Fight them back. Don't let the bully you. They'll go out there. Hey, don't let him bully you. Fight him. Brian basically said, get out there and fight. I want to see what you are. Mano a mano. Are you prepared to play a physical team? Because a lot of the teams, when you look at our schedule, the one thing these teams on our schedule are going to be is physical. Physical. So can you get physical? Brian is working to toughen up the Cowboys. He's already toughened them up mentally. But it's one thing to toughen them up mentally. As Mike Tyson says it, Mike Tyson said it best. Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the face. Okay, Cowboys got punched in the face in the scrimmage. What will you look like when you come back? If I'm not mistaken, I think they're going to do this. If I'm not mistaken, don't they normally do this like 2 or 3 practices? I could be wrong, but I thought they normally do this about 2 or 3 practices, and then they play the preseason game. But again, all this was a great measuring stick in so many different ways for the Cowboys.
Different about him that you're seeing in this camp that you like compared to maybe last year?
I just think the footwork stuff that he's doing, some of the things he's doing from a footwork standpoint, he's really bought into some of the training and things that we're teaching with some of the different drops and things like that. Steve Shimko's done a great job working with him on that, but he's so fun to coach because he's always wanting to look for an edge, and he's always willing to try anything.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Shoot, that is the man.
You can make all the money you want in the...
Yeah. I'm telling you, if this was the Cowboys vanilla look today, boy, y'all better get ready. It's going to be fireworks this season. These boys, man, you want to talk about putting up some points. I just don't want us to get in that mindset. I don't want us to get in that mindset because I'm telling us, this offense is going to be special. They just got way too many weapons. They didn't even try today. They have way too many weapons for any team to be able to hold them down. Man, Roland Rothschild, man, what's up in here, man? I see you. What's up? Roland Rothschild, you up in here tripping. Talking about Cowboys looking to win 8 games in 2025. Well, they're going to be, if you call that lucky, then you're going to be shocked when they win more than that. I guarantee you them boys winning more than 8 games. Come on, Rothschild. You at least got to give them 10. The big Rumbowski said, visor backwards. That's it. I'm out. 3 or 4 win season is confirmed. Man, this dude, Colin Cowherd, is a menace, boy. Colin Cowherd is reaching and grasping at straw man arguments. Boy, see, man, this man is a trip, boy. G Life said, look at our record in preseason almost every year, and then we end up fine. Yeah, because G Life, really, it's not that you're not necessarily trying to win preseason games, but even when you look at the Super Bowl Cowboys, they were like, what, 1-2, 1-3 sometimes in those preseasons. It's an evaluation. And the Cowboys got a lot more evaluating to do than you normally would have. simply because a lot of these people are new. I mean, the coaches, this is new. They all got to work. You know, we've been saying we got to get it on the field. Okay, we're going to get it on the field. We got a little bit of it on the field today. We're going to get it on the field on Saturday, and we're going to keep getting it more and more on the field. But the coaches got to get it on the field too. And then the coaches got to get it in the coaches' room. And then they got to get it back to the players. And then they got to put it back on the field. So this was a big deal for them today. It really was. It was a big deal. It was. Preseason games or evaluation games. Justin Bradley, yeah, you're not really tripping on that part. Pick and Pop said, did Don look good today so we can get this clown show Parsons going? Boy, Pick and Pop, well, you about, hey, Pick and Pop, hey, go get you some popcorn. Because you about to enjoy this next segment. I haven't seen it. But I can tell you this, Jerry Jones never disappoints. Booby D, what up? He said, chat, what it do? He said, leave them maps alone. I'm telling y'all, hey, Jerry never disappoints. My man Mike McCain up in here, what up? He said, all these people think they know everything, what the Cowboys are about, but they absolutely know nothing, and Brian Schottenheimer wants it that way. Unlike McCarthy, Schottenheimer will be unpredictable. I 100% agree. That's why he's keeping it vanilla. He's keeping it vanilla. And I don't even think he's going to throw, he's not going to throw everything at him on Saturday either. Where Brian is working on trying to toughen this team up. That's where Brian is working. Because that's really what this team needs. This team needs to toughen up. The entire mentality of this team needs to get tougher. Because we saw games last year, the entire mentality of this team. You make a mistake, the team's body language. They get behind. The play calling, the body language, the bickering back and forth. No, bro, you got to toughen up. When you hit that field, you're united. You want to argue behind closed doors? Hey, okay, argue in the film rooms on this and that and how I'm going to do this and how we need to do this. Okay, do all that behind closed doors. But when you hit that field, when you hit that sideline, united we stand, divided we fall. You got to be on the same page. Everybody is kind of getting themselves in the mode of, okay, we haven't all worked together, so now we're working together, so we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it together. Let me go down a bit further. I'm sorry, but again, I'm telling us that this was great for the Cowboys. It was great for them, and I'm looking forward to more of it. I'm looking forward to more of it. If I'm not mistaken, I thought they played again, but I am looking forward to more of this. Deuce Falco said if the Rams stay healthy, they'll go all the way. Deuce Falco, hey, bro, you a Rams fan? I ain't even finna hate on you. I think y'all still need some pieces. But boy, y'all crazy up front, bro. Y'all got the kind of defense up front that can get to a Final Four. Y'all do got that kind of up front. Boy, now, Falco, I didn't get a chance to see if you commented on it, but I think y'all problem is y'all back in. Y'all back in. If y'all get a team that can, if y'all get a team that can get some time, y'all gonna have some problems. But y'all gonna have quarterbacks running all over the place. Deuce Falco said Jerry will pay Parsons. Don't worry just yet. I'm not worried. But hey, let me tell you this. This man Jerry is playing the game now. This man Jerry is playing the game now. Because boy Jerry is saying, hey man, this could go further. Let me read a few more comments, then we gonna get into Jerry. Boy, Jerry ain't playing, man. Well, he is playing. Let me not say he's not playing. Yeah, he is playing. Yeah, Jerry playing the game now. Shoot, he playing the game. Antoine Jones, what up? He said, I was trying to be good, but Rothschild don't know. He don't know better. My man Antoine Jones up in here. Let's go. Deuce Falco said they will show up Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Cowboys going to come in a little bit. Oh, skeptical fan, you still skeptical. He said this team will never toughen up. My man, skeptical fan. I love skeptical fan being in here. We go before the end of the season, we're gonna make him change his name to the unskeptical fan. We're gonna make him change that. C-Base, he said, share this channel. Yes, sir. Share it on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. Yep, I appreciate that, C-Base. Ron Hanna said, I can see us winning 12 wins. Call me crazy, but we have something. We haven't had another weapon like George Pickens. He's gonna make a heck of a difference. He's gonna make a heck of a difference. And I'm telling you, I bet even the Rams today was like, woo-wee. I bet even the Rams today was like, man. Brandon Green. This whole organization needs a culture shock. Just like the movie Major League, take the junk away, and when we win, you're getting something back. Yeah. Brandon Green. I'm gonna tell you something. This dude Jerry might be trying to do something like this, man. Well, we're gonna talk about it here in just a second. Justin Bradley said Kyrie has had a career. Justin Bradley, now come on, man. A dead clock is right at least twice a day. At least twice a day. But I don't disagree with you. Yeah, man. He clowns on purpose though. Colin Cowherd, don't get him twisted. He does it on purpose. Colin Cowherd is the more politically correct Skip Bayless. That's all he is. That's all he is. He's the politically correct liberal Skip Bayless. That's all he is. He loves them sensational takes. He says stuff that he know. Man, this dude is so cold-blooded. The quarterback that died for the Washington Commanders. This dude, Colin Cowherd, came on television talking about quarterbacks that can't take their teams to the playoffs, and he mentioned the dude who was dead. Come on, man. Come on, boy. That is crazy. That is crazy. He got a big following too, Justin. Coyote said, I'm ready to talk about actual games and not practice. We're going to get one Saturday. We're going to get one Saturday. It's going to be good too. Terrence C. Washington, he said, I was at the scrimmage today. Woo, man. He said Turpin looks even faster in person. Yeah, Terrence. He got a different type of speed, man. Terrence, how did Jaden Blue look? I got some tape on him, but how did he look in person? Because he seems to be fast too. Ed Moon, I'll never understand why Mike McCarthy. I bet you Brian Schottenheimer was biting pencils in half last year, thinking in his mind, why are we not using Cavante Turpin? Why are we not using this dude? So let's hit this Anthony Beck up in here. Anthony Beck, what up? Anthony Beck, boy, that avatar so clean. This man is clean and dapper. He said Colin Howard only good at getting fired for trash takes. Hey, and that's why they like him. Davion Wallace, what's going on? Get them lights up. Davion Wallace, you get a chance to go to the were you at the scrimmage today? My man Damon Bama boy up in here. He said, Cowboy Nation, we're talking about practice, not a real game, but practice. Yeah. All right. So let's get to this thing with Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is, let me tell y'all something. David Mulugeta is playing the game too. David Mulugeta is playing the game too. This dude, David Mulugeta, is getting so much press off this stuff with Jerry Jones. If people didn't know who he was, they know who he is now. And I'm starting to see this guy's picture show up in places. Talking about David Mulugeta. Well, I can tell you this. As it applies to David Mulugeta, Jerry Jones is taking the gloves off on this man. I don't think it's going to be serious. But Jerry is taking the gloves off on this man. And Jerry is not talking. Y'all understand something. It's not that Jerry is not talking to Micah Parsons. No, Jerry is talking to Micah Parsons' agent. Jerry is sending shots at Micah Parsons' agent because Jerry is saying, okay, we're gonna do this. In 1 week, you'll see. So if Micah gonna listen to his agent, which he should, but if he's gonna go back on this deal that wasn't written, if he's going to go back on our oral agreement, and if David Mulugheta thinks that he going to come back over in here after I've almost offered this man almost $200 million and think that he going to come up in here and get something extra, he's sadly mistaken. That's the message that Jerry is sending. I'm not sure that's the message that's going to be the final delivery. This man, Jerry.
Your initial...
Hey, y'all, Jerry playing the game now. And he ain't playing it with Michael. He playing it with David Mulugheta. I told y'all 3 weeks ago, did I not tell you, the Cowboys, Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, are at war with Athletes First. They're at war.
Impressions of the practice against the Rams?
Well, we're in California. San Francisco 49er goal rush. There was more value than hitting that goal strike in San Francisco on this field today out here with these two teams. And here you had over 100 players on each team, more than likely. And when you add up all that value that's out here, this is something to see. And I can appreciate their, frankly, their expertise in practicing. Because if you notice, there was significant effort, full speed, but yet they framed up, they hit, they got their practices in, but they didn't pull down or they didn't push each other into the ground. And that's where you have injury. So I have a lot of respect when I watch teams like today practice against each other. It's the common sense way to go. And of course, every drill's got another team guy on the other side, and you got your guy on the side, and that lessens the chance for your injury as well.
Sure, I don't know, Jerry. Somebody didn't get the Rams the memo. The Rams were out there cracking skulls. The Rams was out there cracking skulls today, y'all. I'm telling you. Them boys was trying, they might not have fell on top of you, but they were trying to knock you in the next week. And on a couple of them, I think they did like drive them into the ground.
On the side, and that lessens the chance for your injury as well.
Anybody stand out for you from the Cowboys' point of view?
Well, I like 10 today very much. And of course, Dak looked good too, but I thought 10 did some very good things out there.
Do you have any concern about him not finishing? It looked like he might have hit his thumb on a helmet.
Well, I've had a full report on that, and it doesn't look serious.
So he should be laid on Saturday?
Again, I'm not going to get into the prognosis, but it does not look serious.
What are you seeing watching Brian Schottenheimer run the show out here?
I'm seeing in Brian a tremendously seasoned and experienced coach that's had years and years of two-a-day practices like we're experiencing here, have actually been a part of many, many teams. Yet this is his first time to ever step out here and be a head coach. I love the dynamic that goes on when you haven't done it, you want to prove it, yet we're getting to do it with a guy that spent 30 years getting ready to do this thing. I like the mix there, combination. That's why I made him the head coach.
Y'all catch that? If y'all don't think this man is a shrewd operator, Jerry is saying the same thing I've been saying. All these people who are hating on Jerry. Jerry is saying that coach y'all bragging on, I hired him. For every bad thing you say I've done, well, at least put some respect on my name. That's all Jerry said. Jerry said, put some respect on my name. That's all he's saying. Understand what I've done. Put some respect on my name.
Jerry, after watching practice today in camp so far, are there positions that you're looking to fill with potentially players from outside the organization?
Again, I couldn't go there at all. And I don't want to preclude someone that lines up first day not being on the field here. But if the players that I'm looking at for the Dallas Cowboys, if we can continue improvement, which is what these practices are supposed to do, they can avoid injury, then we should be able to play and open up against Philadelphia with this group that's out here.
You think you'll have Guyton back for week one?
I don't know, but it looks good.
That's good. This quickly on Mike, seeing him out here in this jersey, watching him practice, even though he gave a trade demand. What's your thoughts on that? Is it good to see him out here still with the team?
Well, again, he kind of got literally. I did notice him, but there's 200 players out here, and a lot of good ones, and so you know that's really what you're.
Boy, this man Jerry. I'm sorry you can't make this up, man. This man Jerry is just telling these dudes, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna focus on the people that's on the field. Hey, man, this dude Jerry ain't playing. Let me stop saying he's not playing, because in actuality, Jerry is playing. Jerry is playing the game, man, and he is playing it to the fullest. I'm telling you.
We're dealing with. I want all of our fans to know that when you walk out here, in this case, there were 200 football players out here, so you're not just having someone just snap out at you in any way in terms of what you're paying attention to.
Wait, hold on. Now watch how Jerry playing the game. Do y'all remember a couple of days ago? The fans were saying, sign Micah, or we want Micah, or all this stuff. He's saying there are players out here on the field playing. Pay attention to the players that are playing and not the players that are not playing. This man, Jerry, boy, Jerry's a shrewd operator, man. He playing the game.
Overall, though, just seeing him here, even though you made the man, just him, he's still here. He hasn't left. Is that why you dismissed it?
Hold on. Clarence Hill, now we got to be truthful here. Micah Parsons really is in his best interest to be here. Not only so he can stay up on the plays, not only to be around his teammates, but he's going to miss $50,000 a day if he's not here. I mean, I don't know. You know, Big Rombowski said you can get that back when you get, you kind of get your signing. And I think they waived those things with CeeDee Lamb last year. But the way Jerry did Trayvon Diggs and the way he kind of feeling about this thing with Michael, who knows? He might not even waive them fees.
Trade demand, like, okay, this is just negotiation.
Again, all of that's good. I think the world of Micah. Like I've said, I've had I've had social time with Micah, which isn't always the case. But I have. He's one of the brightest people I've ever been around, and he's very, very talented. Now, how we ultimately meld him in with our future is a challenge, and I'm built for it, and he's built for it.
Have you talked?
Put some respect on my name. Y'all understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
This man Jerry is tripping, boy. Hey, I'm telling you what Jerry's saying.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
Man, I'm telling you, Jerry is saying, nah, man, we ain't doing this. I don't know how far this is going to go. I'm just telling you where Jerry, whatever him and Michael came up to, man, this dude, Jerry, is taking this real personal. Which I think the deal is going to get done, no doubt about it. But Jerry seems to be digging in. And I don't think he's digging in on Micah Parsons. This is the part I'm just wanting everybody to understand. I don't really think he's digging in on Micah Parsons as much as he's trying to dig in against David Mulugeta, the man whose name he refuses to say. You know, he's still trying to give Micah Parsons his respect, because I just don't think that Jerry's been disrespecting him. But
Talked to him since the trade request?
I have not, no.
Has your people started any contract talks with his
Excuse
agent?
me, excuse me?
Has your negotiator started contract talks with his agent?
No, no.
Are you hopeful anything could change with this situation this week?
Again, this situation being
With Micah and the contract
with
moving
Micah. Listen, that's part of what we do. We have continual contract negotiations going on. I know you have Micah at front of mind, but we're continually working on contracts, and all clubs are. And so I don't necessarily put a big red letter beside any time that we've completed contract negotiations, but I'm appreciative when we do. So, but it's really business as usual.
Jerry is trying to tell these people, y'all are focused too hard on Michael Parsons. Jerry is trying to tell these people in a nice way, you're focused too hard on Michael Parsons. He told them already, there are players playing on the field. Let's focus on the players on the field. They're trying to get him to talk about the contract. He's saying Michael Parsons' contract isn't the only contract that we're working on. And again, I am not going to be surprised if there is at least one more contract done before Michael Parsons' contract. But the media is the one trying to get Jerry to really talk about this. But, you know, Jerry is doing this Jerry thing, but Jerry don't really want to talk about this. Jerry wants to talk about what's going on the field. I'm just telling you, people don't like when you tell this truth. And people keep saying, yeah, the Cowboys are getting all this publicity off of this. Man, the Cowboys going to get publicity anyway. A mosquito sting Stephen Jones on the neck, somebody going to report it. They're going to get the publicity anyway. I'm not really sure that the Cowboys are really wanting, and not that Jerry ever turns away from this stuff. But if you're listening to Jerry, Jerry is continuously sticking to his same story. No, man, this ain't that. We had a deal. That's why I'm perturbed. I don't think Jerry's going to take this as far as he could take it, franchise him twice and whatever else, make him play out on this and then franchise him twice. And I saw a very interesting comment today. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm gonna ask you the question after we hear these last 2 minutes of Jerry. I'm gonna ask you a question because I think it's very interesting.
Become urgent. I mean, clearly you want him on the field against Philadelphia. When does it become urgent that we need to get something resolved one way or another that he's on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily. I don't believe you gave a definition of urgent. Okay.
Jerry is basically saying your definition of urgent is not mine, bro. Jerry said you using the wrong word, man, because Jerry is saying I don't see this as an urgent situation. And Jerry is, I think that could be cryptic too. I don't think Jerry is necessarily saying that it's not urgent to sign Michael Parsons, but he's just saying y'all are the ones. I'm telling you, Jerry needs an interpreter, and I'm here for it. Jerry is saying, bro, y'all are making this more than what it is. Some of us are making this more than what it is. Jerry said, no, man, this is not what y'all are calling it. Jerry is saying it's negotiation. And whoever comes to the table first, they lose leverage. So Jerry is saying at this point in time, we're not coming to the table. Okay, I'm going to leave it alone if it's me. Because I know if I know I'm going to get paid, man, I ain't sweating this stuff. I'm smiling and doing everything I've been doing with my teammates because I already know I'm going to get paid. If I was Michael Parsons, the Bible, there's a verse that talks about pouring hot coal on the head of your enemy. Rather than when your enemy is trying to be your enemy, you do everything not to be your enemy's enemy. You do everything. You still speak to him. You still talk to him. I can compartmentalize. I can separate the business from the fact that I really like you. Because I know I'm going to get paid, irregardless of what happens today. I know I'm going to get paid. If I was Michael Parsons, I would still be out. I would be doing what Demo doing. I would be doing what Demo doing. I wouldn't be, since I'm the one that sent the letter, now I've kind of separated myself. My energy is not the same. Now it's like I'm here to make a statement. No, if you are truly here for your team, then your energy should be the same, if not even better. And you should be proving to your team, guys, don't worry about it. I'm going to be here. I'm going to get paid. That's how you should be carrying on. I'm not saying you're supposed to be out there on the field. I understand why he's not out there on the field. But I would be walking through the lines like Demo. I'd be shaking hands. I'd be working with the linemen. I'd be at the side of Donovan Ezeraku, at the side of Matt Eberflus. I would be mentally participating to the point to where the guys would understand. No, bro, this ain't against y'all. So since this is not against y'all, I'm not going to act no kind of way with y'all. I'm not doing it. I'm telling you, man, we encourage youth the wrong way these days. This is why, man, I could say a whole lot of things. I'm going to hold my tongue on it. But I'm telling us, this is what's wrong with so many of our youth. We treat superstar athletes. We treat them, we put them on such a pedestal. And then we wonder why they act so immature. No, man, we got to teach young men and women how to be young men and women. Man, you about to be a multi-millionaire. Stop acting like you this is some deal you like this is your boss from Walmart. This ain't nothing against working at Walmart. I'm just saying, the last time I checked, somebody working at Walmart was not about to get $200 million. No, bro, don't carry on like this. Man, one thing I tell people, don't you let people take you out of your character. Don't let people take you. It's your character. It's called self-esteem. You don't allow people to do this to you. And I'm telling you, isn't it strange? Michael Parsons' entire energy has changed since he released that letter. Why? If you meant what you said in that letter, one, I'm sorry, I wouldn't even be here. If I told you I don't want to be here, I'm out. If I don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy no more, I'm out. Because in the end of the day, what good does it do for me to be there if I'm kind of now changing my energy? It don't make sense. I wouldn't, I'm sorry. Jerry, to me, I just wouldn't even be playing. I wouldn't be playing this part of the game. I would be just like Dak Prescott. I'm going to leave it in the hands of my agent. And I'm going to tell my agent, I'm not going to be prideful. I'm like Brandy Mahoney. If you're going to pay me, then I'm talking to you. I would be telling my agent every day, hey, man, call Jerry. He ain't going to answer. Call him anyway. Call Steven. He ain't going to answer. Call him anyway. Leave him a voicemail. Call Adam. He going to talk, but he going to say the same thing. Call him anyway. Call him anyway. And I'm going to call Jerry and ask him what's the holdup. Shoot, I'm getting mine. I'm sorry. Pride comes. I mean, I'm getting mine. This is crazy to me. Man, we talking about millions of dollars, bro. We ain't talking about $330. We ain't talking about $20, $25 an hour. I'm getting mine, bro.
Okay, and so I stay urgent.
Okay. Okay. Any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to...
See, now the media. Let me tell you what the media's been doing. I've been watching this over on X. So the media, because they read social media too, there have been people up under these reporters, up under them, up under their post, saying, y'all not asking hard enough questions. Somebody ought to push back on Jerry when he says this, this, and this. So what you're hearing now is people continuing to try to put more pressure on Jerry when this man keeps trying to tell them, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to talk about it, but they keep on talking about it. Now, where I fault Jerry, but Jerry ain't going to do this because Jerry doesn't want to give this type of, Jerry don't want them to think that they're getting to him. Jerry just don't want to walk off and say, I done told you I'm not talking about it. You asked me another question. I'm done. So then they will come back and report Jerry gets frustrated by the fact that we're asking him these questions. I don't know how many times Jerry can keep saying the same thing. I like Micah, This is a negotiation. It gets done when it gets done, and that's it. Let's focus on what's on the field. I just don't see anything wrong with that.
A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
Does he essentially need to reach out to you?
Again, y'all are getting in the what's in the mind and what's in the said. This is a good time. He's subject matter. It's what it is what it is. And we'll work through it, or we will not work through it.
All right, is that it? Let's go.
Jerry, your DBs had a little struggles out there against Adams and some others. Are you concerned?
No, I'm not concerned. I didn't see any part of this practice, and I kind of looked at most of the positions of the practice, and I didn't see anything that you should phrase or characterize as concern at all. We've got a lot of young players. We've got 30 or 40 new players out here. My concern is that we get those guys, push them up there and have them so that they possibly can compete and get a roster spot on opening day. But I didn't see anything out here that concerned me.
Any comments of Diggs and Revel being available for week 1?
I don't have any because I don't know, and I don't know that anybody does. But I'm pleased that they are making progress. I can say that, and that's from the trainers, which would indicate that they're communicating that.
All right. So before I come to the comment, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. We ain't done. So Jane Slater takes it upon herself. Shout out to Jane Slater. I don't know. I'm gonna have to take a different approach. I was asking Jane Slater, would she come on the show in the future? I guess I don't know. I'm gonna leave that part alone. But Jane Slater, I found this right before I came on. Jane Slater decides that she's gonna talk to Jerry. She gonna talk to Jerry, I guess, either before they talk to him or after they talk to him. So this is Jane Slater.
You know, when I looked at the calendar, CeeDee Lamb got done August 27th, Dak Prescott September 10th. Is there a date on the calendar that I can put down for when this Micah one's getting done?
No, not at all. And I had not.
So this black guy in the background, he must be like Jerry's bodyguard or something. Because I think he was the one earlier that was talking about it's time to go. I see you, Jerry.
Looked at the proximity of those dates at all, but you know, it takes two to make these things go, and I think everyone appreciates that. But when I look out here at all the players we do have under contract and practicing and build a team, then I put that in its proper place as far as timing is concerned. But I'm not I've got an October birthday, but other than that, and that one I want to forget. Seems like that those contract dates you just talked about jive with that birthday, and maybe there's something to that.
Well, you also have The Gambler coming out on August 19th. That would be a good part of the press tour, right?
Well, it is going to be previewed here in Los Angeles, and so that'll be a part of it up there, and we will certainly see a lot of players involved there that I've had the opportunity to do a lot of negotiating with them.
All right, let's talk about the negotiations real quick. It's my understanding nothing was put in writing. So how would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So is there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. all parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So
This man Jerry, boy, I'm telling you, this man Jerry, boy. Let me tell y'all this. So I'm a preacher. I know exactly where Jerry is on this. Because you would think as a preacher, and if you're dealing with Christians, you would think, for example, why would you need a contract? You would think it should be, okay, this is before God. We don't need a contract. I'm one of these people that if you tell me something, that's really where I'm going. I really believe that that is the level that I should be on with people at a church. But the other side of this is exactly how Jerry said. But you do need something in writing. Because sometimes you might get a job at a church and these people are proclaiming to be Christians, but they're cutthroat businessmen, and they'll leave you and your family out there in the cold. You know, I mean, without a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out of. So, you know, you have to put contracts and stuff like that in place. But when you think about the way older people, and not just white men, older people, because my grandfather used to do this. They negotiated with just verbal agreements. Verbal agreements. Yeah. This may sound crazy what Jerry is saying, but I'm going to tell you why he doesn't think it's crazy. Why he doesn't think it's crazy. Because I still say, me and Poobie D talked about this, and all of us have mentioned this. The moment Michael would have agreed to whatever it is we agreed to, he's not leaving my office. I'm going to get his agent in that day. That day, right now. We're going to get this agent in right now. Michael has agreed to this. So now let's work out the details that we have worked out below this. We're not moving this. And what has me wondering is what is the this that Jerry don't want to move? Because if y'all are really paying attention to what's going on, there is something that they came to that this, whatever it is, Jerry don't want to move on. Notice what he just said. He agreed to buy the Cowboys. We worked out the details later. So Jerry is saying there is something that me and Micah face-to-face, handshake, agreed to. I don't want to change that part right there. That's the part he don't want to change. All the other stuff, well, we can work that stuff out. But I don't want to change this. What is the this? Is it the dollar amount? Is it the years? And I'll tell you this, because I told you yesterday. This is one that I'm like, kind of like, wait a minute, hold on a second. You're not getting a no trade clause. Nah, bro. I'm not giving you a no trade clause. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not giving an edge rusher who don't touch the ball, who can't, he just don't touch the ball enough. I'm not giving him carte blanche on my team. I'm not doing it. But I wonder what is the this that Jerry is talking about? Because whatever it is, he don't want to move off of it. And so Jerry is saying basically, and again, let me add this, then we're going to get back to the rest of this James Slater thing. Let me tell you the other part that's got Jerry Jones ticked off. Y'all remember when Jerry said? Only 3 or 5. I can't remember the number. There are only 3 people that have my personal cell phone number. It's either 3 or 5, but I can tell you what he said. And one of them's Michael. When he was calling this man uncle, do y'all remember when I was saying I don't think he should be saying that. When he was out here talking about Jerry, my guy, do y'all remember when I said I don't think he should be saying that? Because if I was somebody in the locker room, I would be looking at him sideways. He was doing all that while he was talking to Jerry personally on the phone, going place with him. The only other person I saw do that was Tony Romo. And if I'm not mistaken, Jerry and Tony Romo worked out Tony Romo's deal. If I'm not mistaken, Jerry and Tony Romo worked out Tony Romo's deal. Jerry thought he had another Tony Romo. And y'all already know Tony Romo was going to the games and going to his great-grandson's games and all kinds of stuff. And so I think this is the reason why Jerry is harping on him and Micah had an agreement is because Jerry felt like him and Micah was on a different level. And that's why Niecy said, that's why she said you never get that close to the boss because there will come a time when the boss going to show you he the boss. She's exactly right.
So much for that.
So what's the sticking point for you right now at this point?
Again, there are no point. There's points of varying degrees of influencing, not having something done, but nothing that I would say is out of the ordinary.
My last question for you. It seems like some people sort of recoil from press, whether it be good or bad. When did you first decide I might like some of this, whether it's good or bad?
Well, I don't know that, frankly, if it shows, I think maybe what you're seeing is how much I've liked being a part of the Cowboys for almost 35 years. That's really what's showing. Necessarily a dialogue with press. I enjoy the people and men and women of the press. We both made a very conscious decision, the press and I. We decided to spend the majority of our life and time in sport. We're brothers and sisters, really. Now, we don't treat each other that way when we get the criticism going, but that's okay, too. That's not a big problem. What I find is that that's why I was the first one to ever put a camera in the draft room. I found that our fans enjoy getting in behind the scenes. They get to enjoy, Clarence does, telling the fans about nuances of contract negotiation. I don't want to sound condescending. I'm just saying all of this is a part of sport. I've always believed that, and that's why in my 35 years I've encouraged a lot more visibility, a lot more candor, a lot more of this regarding a lot of times very sensitive subjects, but all of it related to the Cowboys and sport and having some kind of interest. So fun is not what's happening. What's happening is I'm enjoying the whole show. I don't know that I've worked a day in my life since I bought the Cowboys.
Well, I hope we get a series finale on this particular storyline, but I always appreciate your candor and always being kind to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Very much.
Again, Jane Slater, I hadn't seen the interview, but she's now kind of getting to the point to where I'm getting to. What is it? What is it that him and Micah agreed to that has Jerry so perturbed that it's like he's saying, I'm not moving on this. What is it? What could it be? That's my question. Cowboy Trey, appreciate that $9.99 super chat. Yeah, Cowboy Trey, I agree with you. Now, Cowboy Trey, did you catch that last part? See, I think Jerry has taken this personal, Cowboy Trey, because like he said, there's only either 3 or 5 people that has his personal phone number, and one of them is Michael Parsons. And I think Jerry thought that him and Michael had that Tony Romo relationship, and now Jerry may be viewing this, I don't know 100%, but he may be viewing this as a sign of betrayal. But it sounds like to me, Cowboy Trey, there is something that they agreed to that Jerry is saying that this is non-negotiable. We're not turning on this right here. Maybe it's one thing, or maybe it's 3 or 4 things. Because James Slater tried to ask him a similar question, and he was basically saying that it's not a point, or maybe it's points, but what is that thing? What is it that's got this man saying, no, This part right here is what I'm not turning back on. Now, Cowboy Trey, you're right. Jerry knows that's not how it works in today's NFL. But, Cowboy Trey, Jerry has absolutely done some deals like this. He's absolutely done it. But Michael should have went through his agent. Yes, and kept it business instead of pillow talking with Jerry. Appreciate you, Cowboy Trey. I agree with you on both fronts. I 100% agree with you on both fronts because I've been saying the same thing. Jerry knows this is not how you work. That's where I fault Jerry. But I also fault Michael for talking to this man, going and hanging out with him, calling him his guy and all this stuff, thinking that it was going to get his deal done. Jerry's going to sign him, I believe, though. I don't think it's going to go as far as people think it is. Calvin Richard, he said, Michael going to miss all this training camp time, play the first game, and end up injured. Yeah, this is what people have been talking about, these soft tissue issues. Yeah, I've seen some people talking about that. Well, I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that they're going to actually be able to get something done on this. I'm hoping they're going to be able to get something done with this. Poobie D, make that money, bro. I'm hoping they get something done with this sooner than later. Because it's just one of these things that the press ain't going to let it go. They love the story. They're not going to let it go. RS said he going to give us the truth. RS said, Jerry Jones said, I thought the Michael deal was already done. Oh, boy, RS said, I ain't playing no more. RS said, hold them accountable for this comment and stop all your BS. RS, I've been saying the same thing, man. There are very few people like us, Cowboy Trey, some of y'all in this chat, that are saying that we know Jerry's at fault. We're not saying that Jerry's not at fault, but Michael is at fault too. But Michael don't want to take any responsibility for his part. I think the deal gets done, but it's boy, it's funny, boy. Oh, Pantera, you are blessed. You said you never heard of Colin Cowherd. He will say some of the craziest stuff. Brian Davis said, he said the star edge rusher just has to be traded. How's this not going to be the topic? That's just delusional. Well, I'm not saying it's not going to be the topic, Brian, because you're right. But when somebody's telling you they don't want to talk about it, I mean, how many ways you going to ask the question? How many ways you going to ask the question? Jerry is, you could tell that Jerry is trying not to say something that could be taken as slander towards Michael Parsons. That's what he's trying to do. But, boy, this press, boy, they are ruthless. They are trying their best to just drag it out of him. Say something bad. No, you don't want to say anything bad. Because at the end of the day, I don't think this is about Michael Parsons. I told y'all, Brian, you might not have been around when I was talking about this. This is not just about Michael. This is about David Mulugeta. Let me tell y'all something. David Mulugeta is becoming a giant. He's becoming a juggernaut. He's becoming an absolute juggernaut. I'm telling you, some of the stuff they're writing about this dude, I'm telling you, this dude is becoming a juggernaut. I saw this right here. I mean, let me see here. Bro, when you start seeing stuff like this, and I can't get the clear picture because they want you to, I guess, pay for it. But when you start seeing stuff like this about David Mulugeta, let me see if you can just get this in the screen, Brian. Look. Look at what it's saying about David Mulugeta, Forbes 2025 most powerful NFL agent. So you don't think he can just, that he can just bully people? You don't think this dude is telling his clients, "Oh, I get you. I get what I want. I get you what you want." Whatever the case may be. This dude, man, they're at war. I'm telling you, this is not just about, contrary to what people think, this is not just about Micah Parsons. This is about David Mulugeta. Because I'm telling you, at the end of the day, I had already said this before. Somewhere, there's going to have to be some stands against these agents, because if not, they're going to be running the game. And I just don't think you want them running the game, because they have an ulterior motive to also get money too. I'm just telling you. It is what it is. I don't know what you mean by this RSG is losing all credibility. No, I've been where I've been. I've been what I've been. RS said, how much is Jerry paying me? Boy, I wish Jerry was paying me. If Jerry was paying me, I'd be, shoot. Boy, I'd be doing something different than this. No, I'm telling the truth. You late to the party, RS. I've already broken this all the way down. This is partially Micah Parsons' fault, man. Bottom line, it's Micah Parsons. A part of this is his fault. He should have never been talking to Jerry Jones about his contract. That's what you pay your agents for. Man, you're a grown man. You are a grown man. Your 18-year-old, my 18-year-old, we got an 18-year-old son, and he goes out, or a daughter, and they go out and they commit a crime. They don't get to not take accountability for something they said or something they did. They don't get to not take accountability for it. I don't know how y'all operate. I don't lose. I'm sorry, Arias. I'm not. If I'm losing credibility in your eyes, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means in the grand scheme of things, losing credibility in your eyes. The truth is the truth. I don't care who like it, and I don't care who don't. The truth is the truth. He has responsibility for doing something dumb. You don't talk about your contract without your agent. Period. You don't do that without him being present. It's dumb. Carl Alder said all the fools make it bigger than life. Grow up. It's sort of not life. Need to worry about life before it's over. Paid athletes on their own playing a game. Grow up and be an adult. Facts. Facts. Take responsibility. And Jerry is even saying something that this is what's wrong with this society. This man is actually under contract. He's under contract. He signed the 5th-year option. He signed it. Bro, do you know that means you actually are supposed to be practicing and playing? I understand why he is not, but he's supposed to be practicing and playing. See, but we won't even hold him accountable for that. Because somebody says, and I'm going to say it, well, if he goes out there and get hurt, then he won't get his extension. Well, don't sign the 5th-year option then. Don't sign it. You're under contract. Don't sign it. Man, I'm telling you, boy, the court of public opinion is insanity. The court of public opinion is insanity. Coyote said Micah's under contract next year, and they have a 5th year and 2 tags. Micah should fire his representative, his agent, like other stars have. Jerry don't do anything with him. Because, again, I'm telling RS he late to the party. This is the very reason why T. Higgins fired this dude. This dude has gotten major players traded from teams, trying to do what he's doing with Micah Parsons. No, if I'm Jerry, I'm telling you, if I'm Jerry, I'm not letting him do it. I'm not letting him do it. I'm not. I don't care what nobody says. I'm not letting him do it. Don't tell me what we're not going to win with Michael, because I'm going to tell you what we haven't won with Michael. Not doing it. I'm not letting this dude take me to the cleaners. Antoine Jones, Jerry just said it's not urgent to sign him because the Cowboys can benefit off this in the media ratings. I can tell you this. Young players Young players are also getting reps. RS, I'm laughing at you. You standing up for David Mulugeta, who don't give two dogs about the team. Do you realize you're not actually standing up for Michael Parsons? You're standing up for David Mulugeta, because Jerry is saying that when when Michael left that office, Michael, everything was good, and his agent was just supposed to call and work out the details. I'm not even listening to you talking about 29 plus years of no Super Bowl. Tell me the Super Bowl we got with Michael Parsons. Do you not realize that Michael Parsons has 1 sack in 4 playoff games? Tell me your signature game. Any one of y'all, Brian, I ain't listening to you. You regurgitating. Tell me right now. Send us the link. Send us the link. Give us Michael Parsons' signature play. Give it to me. Where's the play in the playoffs that you said Michael Parsons is a force of nature? He just changed the game, strip sack fumble, ran it into the crib. Tell me. Show me. Tell me. Give us the link. I'll wait on you. You talking about Kool-Aid. No, I want you to give me facts. Show me. Show me. People will kill Dak Prescott. Yeah, Dak Prescott, he only 2-5 in the playoffs. When did Michael Parsons get here? When did Michael Parsons get here? So we want to pay a defensive end quarterback money. I wish I would. I'm laughing. What have we won with Michael Parsons? We will kill Dak Prescott. But when you say Michael Parsons only has 1 sack in 4 playoff games, crickets. Crickets. What's the excuse? Crickets. Where is he down the stretch in the seasons? Where is he? People talk about Dak Prescott. I'm not mad. I like Michael. I want us to sign him. But we're going to be real, too. We killed Dak Prescott. We killed Dak Prescott. But when it comes to Michael Parsons, we got every excuse. We got every excuse. I'm just telling you the facts. You don't have to like it. I'm just telling you the facts. And last time I checked, this is Jerry Jones' team. Jerry ain't listening to me. Jerry ain't listening to nobody, because Jerry knows exactly what he's going to do. And I think the thing that Jerry's going to do is Jerry is going to sign Michael Parsons. I think he's going to sign him. But nevertheless, let's stop acting like that Michael Parsons has been an absolute world beater, because I start killing you with facts. I start killing you with facts on Michael Parsons, bro. Don't get me wrong. I like Michael Parsons. I want Michael Parsons to be here, but you don't want the real facts. I hit you with the facts that if you look at all these sacks that everybody keep bragging about, do you realize that more than half of those sacks are against the trash New York Giants, the trash Washington Commanders, and the trash Carolina Panthers? Go check the facts. No, I'm giving you facts. That don't mean I don't want Michael Parsons. But you need to understand what Jerry is even trying to communicate. Stop making it like this man is the whole team. This man ain't the whole team. I'm not a Michael Parsons fan. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. The heck you talking about? I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. Michael Parsons here or not, I'm rolling with the Cowboys. I don't know what you talking about. This is crazy talk. It's crazy talk. I'd be out there. I'm telling you, I'd be all up in the negotiations. I'd be laying all this stuff out. Boom, 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 boom. It's crazy talk. We'll talk crazy about Dak Prescott. He 2-5. Looking at Dak's performances in these games, you're like, actually, the only one he's the one that's actually doing the performing. It's everybody around him that's not rising to the occasion. Again, help me out again. Tell me how many sacks he has. Everybody keep talking about how many sacks he's got during the season. Again, more than half of those sacks are against trash teams. We talk about Dak Prescott gets all of his stats in garbage time. Well, who is Michael Parsons getting his sack against? I'm just telling you the truth. You don't have to like it. Some of y'all roll up in here late to the party. Y'all way too late to the party, bro. We done had these discussions long ago. Long ago. Most people here know this stuff. Some of y'all late to the party. Well, I'm gonna get you up to date. I'm the wrong one. I'm coming with facts. You coming with your emotions and feelings. I'm coming with facts. Y'all forgive me just for a second because let me get a couple of these. Let me get a couple of our people up to date. Because these same people, boy, they won't bat for Dak Prescott like this. These same people, oh, Dak is this and Dak is that. Okay. Yeah, let me give you a little bit of education because Colin Cowherd said something about this. And I asked the question in the video. I said, was Colin Cowherd right or wrong? Because he was saying that the Cowboys are going to overpay Michael Parsons. I've been saying this for months. They're going to overpay Michael Parsons because they never should have waited to pay him. And if you read the letter, even other people with common sense are questioning this because if you listen and look at what Michael Parsons said about David Mulugeta, it seemed like David Mulugeta kept telling them every single time, no, wait. I don't even think the deal could have got done early. I don't if you read his letter. But was Colin Cowherd wrong or right? He said Michael Parsons is a splash player. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think he's better than a splash player, but he says he's a splash player. Cowboys will overpay for Michael. He will. We got people to the point now saying, we don't care, overpay him. Stupid. We got people saying we're going to pay an edge rusher who don't touch the ball. We would like to pay him quarterback money? Stupid. Didn't agree with him on this. Colin's top 5 defensive players. Didn't agree with him on this. Myles Garrett, Jared Verse, Max Crosby, Patrick Surtain, Chris Jones. Even though Pro Football Focus has Myles Garrett as the number 1 rated edge rusher for the last 3 seasons, I believe it is. Nick Bosa, number 2. Michael Parsons, number 3. Colin Cowherd said Michael is terrible against the run. Well, I've already went back and looked at his games, and when you look at his games, he is terrible against the run. Because he's an undersized edge rusher. He's an edge rusher, but he's not a defensive end. Those are 2 different things to me. You can be an edge rusher as a linebacker, just lining up on the edge. But is he a true defensive end? Brian Broadus pointed out that 60% of our runs are on the edge. So whoever's playing on the edge, that's who they were running on. Michael Parsons is one of them. But this was now, I don't agree with Colin Cowherd on a lot. But this what he said right here. I had to go back and do the research on it. He said a big chunk of Michael's sacks are against awful teams. And I had to go do the research myself, like some people won't do. So let me give you the research. See, he didn't do this part. I did this part on my own. Michael Parsons has 52.5 sacks in 4 years. He got 10.5 of those sacks against the terrible Washington Commanders. So in case y'all can't do the math, that's 20% of his sacks. 5.5 of those sacks came against the Carolina Panthers. That's 10.5% of his sacks. 4.5 of those sacks came against the New York Giants. 20.5 of his sacks are against awful teams. 39% of his sacks are against 3 teams. Let that sink in your brain. You want to know why he doesn't have any signature? He doesn't have not any signature plays that you can think of that changed meaningful games. You want to know why he doesn't have them? Because he struggles against the bigger right tackles in the game. They don't always double team him. Cincinnati was not double teaming him last year. They were single team. They were running one-on-one with him, and he was so big, Michael couldn't get around him. Did he get held sometimes? Sure he did. I'm sure Myles Garrett gets held a lot too. I'm sure Nick Bosa gets held. They all get held, I'm pretty sure sometimes. Do we not realize that 39% of this man's sacks is against awful teams? Only 3 teams. That's wicked work. That's absolute wicked work. Look at this. 4 playoff games. See, I can do your research for you. See, y'all late to the party up in here trying to argue. You can argue with your emotions, but I'm going to hit you with the facts. This man in 4 playoff games, 1 sack and 4 quarterback hits. What happened? What happened? What happened? Regular season, 9 forced fumbles. Playoffs, 0. Give me his signature game. I'll wait on you. I'll wait on you. I'll wait on you, but I promise you I'm not going to hold my breath because you don't have a leg to stand on. We get fooled into people saying stuff like, oh, we talk about our star players. It's obvious that y'all don't know how to negotiate. It's obvious that y'all don't know how to negotiate. Because when you're negotiating, you're actually, you do want that player to know, we want you, we know all the things that you do well, blah, blah, blah. But you also, so you don't make this player think that we're going to give you what you want. Hey, but hold on a second. There are some things about you too that you're not this, or you're not this. It's a negotiation. But again, I want us to sign Micah Parsons. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't anybody? But for people to be mad at Jerry Jones with everything that this man has done good for this team this year, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. This thing with Michael Parsons is not the same thing it was with Dak Prescott because Dak Prescott did not go and try to deal with Jerry Jones behind closed doors. It's not the same. Neither did CeeDee Lamb. It's not the same. I'm not worried about it because I know Jerry is going to sign Michael Parsons. But again, I don't think this is against Michael Parsons, and that's the part people are not understanding. Michael Parsons, I don't think even understands this is bigger than him. Because where Jerry is not with Michael Parsons. Where Jerry is saying, I'm not fooling with David Mulugeta. That's what Jerry is saying, and people don't like it, but that's what he's saying. Jerry is saying that me and Michael came to an agreement. We just need to work out the details. Jerry is saying, I'm not letting David Mulugeta come in here and get something getting something on top of what me and Micah have already negotiated. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. You don't have to like it, but I'm just telling you the absolute facts. Don't have to like it. I'm just telling you. And I've already said before, I don't agree with Jerry Jones. But on this, what he's saying, I know what he's saying. It don't mean I like it, but I know what he's saying. Jerry has taken this thing kind of personal with him and Michael Parsons because these other players didn't do that stuff. They just didn't do it. Richard Owens said Jerry's the only owner that is in the forefront of his organization. Not the only one, but, and is seen, and he is the most talked about, and he's always in the spotlight, and he loves it that way. I think we got another couple owners that are doing this too. And I think you're going to see them doing some of this stuff too. The issue is their teams are not as popular as the Cowboys. There's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference. Jerry said we'll have a lot of microphone in his face at the trial. He loves the attention in the press. You know what? I think Jerry said what he said, though. I think Jerry loves it all. He just said it. I love it all. That's why I bought the Cowboys. He said, I love it all. I love everything that comes with it. I love the contract negotiations. I love signing players. I love the stuff with Michael Parsons. I love the press. Let me tell you something. I don't care what anyone say. Y'all don't understand the game. Jerry done fed so many people. What would ESPN be without Jerry? What would ESPN be without the Cowboys? What would they be? The media. If the Cowboys could not be reported on. That's why I keep telling y'all, boy, y'all crazy if y'all think these people don't like Jerry. These people absolutely love Jerry. That's why they keep putting the microphones in his face, because they're wanting him to say something they can report on. This is Jerry's team, not mine, not y'all's. I don't care. You can get mad at you. When you get your own team, you can tell somebody what to do. Reginald Mackey said Jerry's old school, and that handshake is bond to him. Reginald, they're not getting it. They're not getting it. This is exactly what I'm telling them. They're not getting it. This is not the same thing as Dak Prescott, because you never heard Jerry say him and Dak had a handshake deal. No, Jerry is perturbed because this man said they had a handshake deal. Uncle Charles, salute from Birmingham, Alabama. What's going on? All right, let's get on. Let's move on. Let me get my man Rumbowski in here, then we're going to move on. Or C-Base and then Rumbowski. C-Base said, I don't care. Jerry's the GM. He said, shut up, Jerry, and sign the man so he can be with his team and be ready for the season. He said, I don't care about anything else. Now, C-Base, I agree that he should go ahead and sign him. You heard me say this. I keep saying it. But we're saying that because we're fans. But Jerry is saying, I'm an owner. And at this point, I'm not doing that because I'm not going to keep giving in to David Mulugeta. And y'all got to understand, there are 10 other players the Cowboys have to sign that are with the same organization. Somebody's going to have to say we're going to stop laying down to these guys. Because if not, I'm just telling you, they are going to be running the league. Period in the story. They are. The big Rumbowski said, it's got to be a no-trade clause. Can't see just an additional year. A slight bump in money. I don't even think, I'm with you, Rumbowski. I've always said, I don't think it's the money. Because I've always said all along, Jerry wants Michael to be the highest paid player. It has to be. And that's why I was asking the question, and James Slater asked it too. What is the this? What is the this that Jerry is saying me and Michael agreed upon and I'm not turning away from it? What is it? It has to be something. And I'm telling you this. I am not giving him a no-trade clause. I'm not doing it. This is exactly the way Deshaun Watson got the Cleveland Browns. I'm not doing it. Arthur Roberts, he said it's the money. I don't know. It's something. But I tell you this. The one something that it wouldn't be for me, it wouldn't be that. I'm not giving him a no-trade clause. I'm not giving Michael Parsons a no-trade clause. Not me. But it's not my team. Ron Hanna said, man, your word was it. See, Ron Hanna, they don't understand what I'm saying. That is the exact fact. Man, your word was your bond. And that's what Jerry is saying about Michael. Jerry is saying, I'm not dumb. I understand that there is supposed to be a written agreement. But when you make an agreement like this, nah, man. Daniel M. said, gee, my final offer for Michael, 5 years, $205 million. Only $43 million? Only $43 million? Or are you talking about $43 million a year? I just don't know. I just don't know if it's the money. I just don't think it's the money. I don't think it's the money. Because if it was the money, that's easy work. Man, you put 4 void years on that contract. You push that money down to them void years. That's all you have to do. But maybe Michael is saying he don't want all that. Maybe Michael is saying he don't want. We don't know. But whatever it is, there is something in that contract that Jerry is saying, I'm not moving off this. He's saying I'm not moving off of it. So at the end of the day, I want Michael to be signed. But understand this. if the Cowboys don't sign Micah, I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm not a Micah Parsons fan. All I'm saying is if they don't sign him, then make sure the compensation, we already talked about this. We had this conversation last night. Then make sure the compensation is incredible. It needs to be the Herschel Walker trade. Because even Jane Slater alluded to this today. She said that that when they were first talking about trading Micah, now the thing that she is saying to me is kind of crazy when you think about it. Jane Slater says if they were going to trade him, they should have traded him 2 years ago. She said because his stock was higher then. Well, I would think his stock would be higher now. But she's saying that his stock would have been higher 2 years ago. I don't really understand why his stock would have been higher 2 years ago, but that's what she said. But again, I'm just telling us. Robert M., he said the number yesterday isn't the number today. And Jerry's already said that. That's what leads me to believe this can't be money. This can't be money. It's either years or a no trade clause. I can't see it being the money. I can't. Coyote said 5 years would be nice, but we don't know. Guaranteed money, years, trade clause. And for me, it can't be the money. I just don't believe it's the money. But either way, I'm not worried about it at the end of the day because I think Micah Parsons is going to get signed, and I think Jerry's going to be smiling, and they're going to break the bank. Big Rumbowski said, dang it. He said Jerry Jones was 46 when he bought the Cowboys. Crazy. Yep. And Jerry ain't no dummy either. There is a reason why. There is a reason why that this team is worth its billions of dollars now. What, 9.7 or somewhere like that? Coyote said, sorry, 45 is high, 43-ish. They're going to break the bank on him. But I think this is about his agent. I don't think this is about Micah Parsons. David Ybarra said they had a deal with Micah. Would have been the highest paid defensive tackle, however that was. James Slater has reported this, and I'm sure Jerry or somebody close to him leaked this. David Ybarra, greedy agent, said, wait, get extra millions. I think that's where this is, that the agent came in wanting something different than what was agreed upon. I do. So let's look at this next story. The Brian Broaddus breakdown. Because at the end of the day, none of us are going to be able to control whether or not the Cowboys sign Micah Parsons. And this is why I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm just not going to lose sleep over it. There is only one player on this team right now. If that player gets hurt, our season is in trouble, and that's Dak Prescott. Everything else, I think we can make do. Everything else, I believe we can absolutely make do. All right. So, and let me ask you this question while I queue up this video. Somebody made a very interesting comment, and I think it's a very good comment. And and when I was reading it, I was kind of like, where am I on what he asked? And I'm going to ask y'all this question. See, I think that Michael, for me, now he was talking about where Jerry has crossed the line. But I'm looking at this from the other perspective. Have they both crossed the line? There is a time, and as I've said before, when I counsel people, one of the things I tell people, especially married folk, don't give ultimatums. Do not give ultimatums. Destroy relationships. Ultimatums destroy marriages. Ultimatums destroys businesses, family businesses. Ultimatums, man, they cause people to commit crimes. And so what I mean by an ultimatum, let me ask y'all this question. So he says that even after Jerry signs Michael Parsons, he says the relationship will never be the same. And he's saying that he don't believe the relationship will be the same from the perspective of Michael Parsons. It'll never be the same. That he won't have the same type of love. His heart may not be fully in it because of how everything transpired. But I'm looking at this from the other way too. Michael Parsons said he no longer wants to be a Dallas Cowboy and he wants to be traded. I never heard Dak say that. I never heard CD say that. I never heard Zach Martin say that. I'm not sure anybody who's been in a negotiation with Jerry has said those words. So both of them are in a situation to me that if you could say that there's been line crossed. So if it's not, so if you sign Michael Parsons to all this money, knowing that the relationship isn't going to be the same. And let me give you an example. Chris Rock had a joke that used to just, boy, this joke, it's one of the funniest. It is one of the funniest jokes, but it's real too because it's biblical based in a sense. So when you think about divorce, the Bible teaches to not get a divorce, except it be for fornication. And so you wonder, why would God say that fornication is the exception to the rule? Well, when you think about what happens when two people are married, they are supposed to be one. And it is the ultimate betrayal to invite someone into that union. Now, one of the things when you start dealing with marriage counseling, one of the hardest things for married people to get over, they can get over finances, they can get over in-laws, they can get over, arguments and yada, yada, yada. But I understand why God said, but if someone commits adultery. Because once you cheat on your spouse or your spouse cheats on you, you never look at them the same again. If they take their phone to the bathroom, you're wondering why. If you see them texting all across the room and y'all sit across, who you texting? You never trust them when you never trust them when they're not with you. You always wondering where they are. You always want the location on their phone on. You never trust them. They say they going with hang with the homies or going out with the girls. Your mind is always going towards, they're probably cheating. And so you think about why God said this, because it is so hard to build that trust that if that happens, you can get out of that marriage. Because a lot of people just can't get over that. So if Jerry and Michael have crossed the line that we're saying, that this person said, and I think it's a very interesting and powerful discussion. Because if you're telling me that if Jerry signs Michael Parsons, let's say he signs him 3 weeks down the line, because I think that's where it's going to be. It's probably going to be down the line. But if Michael's heart's not going to be in it, and now it's only going to be for the money, and he truly don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy, and he's going to fight for lesser years. So as soon as those years are up, he going to try to get up out of here. So y'all telling me, as Dallas Cowboy fans, y'all telling me that it would make sense for Jerry to sign Michael Parsons if his heart is not going to be in it? Now, some of y'all, you can tell me anything you want to. Obviously, you don't understand how human beings work. You can be making, I had a cousin that was making buku dollars at a certain company, but he hated working there. He hated working there. And because he hated working there, what do you think wound up happening? If Jerry has crossed the line, and especially the way some of some of y'all talking all reckless up in the chat. If Jerry has crossed a line with Michael like this, why would you sign him? Because this sounds like to me the way we're talking that of all the players that Jerry has waited to pay, of all the players, the Dex, the Zekes, the DeMarcus Lawrences, I mean, all the players he's waited to pay. It's Micah Parsons where we say, this one, though, is the ultimate disrespect. So would you want to sign Micah Parsons knowing, just like in a marriage, it'll never be the same? Do you want to sign Michael Parsons when you know now him being on your team, he ain't going to never be the same either? I think it's a very good question. Because I'll be honest with you. I just think that when Micah, I'm telling you, when Micah said what he said in that letter, that would have been it for me. That's it for me. When you tell me you don't want to be on my team no more, man, it's one thing you telling me you ticked off, you mad, you want to be a Dallas Cowboy, bada bing, bada boom. You know what? I can deal with that stuff. When you tell me you don't want to be on my team, you don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy, and you want to be traded, now, you're crossing lines you shouldn't cross. This is why they always tell you, you never do anything out of anger. The Bible says, don't let the sun go down on your anger. Anger is dangerous. Anger is dangerous. And when you start getting to these points, and when you start crossing over these types of thresholds, and now you got a player that's just strictly saying, man, I'm just here for the money. Do you really want to sign him? I think the statement the guy made is fascinating. I think it's fascinating because I'm sorry. If Jerry or Micah feel like they've gotten to that point, then Jerry should absolutely trade Micah Parsons. That's where I am. If Jerry has crossed the line, and the way people are making this sound, the line is that bad because people are killing Jerry Jones, and some of it undeservedly. We know Jerry does stupid things. But this right here, you can tell the way Jerry keeps explaining it. Jerry views this differently. But if Micah, because Micah is the one who is basically saying that Jerry has crossed that threshold. Micah is the one who is saying that Jerry has crossed that threshold by the letter that he wrote. Man, that's a serious line to cross with somebody. So y'all are telling me that y'all would still want to sign a player who is now strictly only here for the money, but he don't want to be a part of the team. That's tough. That's tough. You can't want more for a person than they want for themselves. Daniel M., I feel what you're saying. You said you want Micah here long term. I do too. But when I saw what this brother posted on, I'm not going to say who it is. But the statement he made, It's a powerful statement. It takes a certain kind of man and it takes a certain kind of woman that if their spouse cheats on them, they stay with them. Because Chris Rock used to tell a joke. Chris Rock said, if your spouse, Chris Rock would say, if you cheat on your spouse, you might as well leave. Because if you cheat on your spouse always got a cheat-free card. Because once you cheat on your spouse, and then that your spouse forgive you. So what happens when your spouse cheat on you? Do you not forgive them? Do you not forgive them? When you start crossing these lines, I'm telling you, when you start crossing these lines, would you still want Michael Parsons? Would you still want him? Because that is tough when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. If Jerry has crossed such a line that it caused Michael Parsons to write the letter that he wrote, you would actually be doing you and him a favor. Because he said he doesn't want to be here no more. Jerry never said he didn't want Michael here. But y'all don't understand. This is some strong words. Man, there's some strong words when you say that. And even the letter that Michael Parsons wrote. I mean, those are some strong words. I've never seen a Cowboy say he don't want to be a Cowboy. So would you really want to keep a player like that? Billy John, hate to say it, but the Eagles know how to do contracts. Don't hate to say it, it's true. But I'll tell you this, Billy John, you know something the Eagles don't get credit for? The Eagles let people go too. Yeah, Eagles don't sign everybody. The Eagles let people go too. The Eagles let people go. They do. Yeah, they do. They let people go. And not only do they let people go, if you catch something else that the Eagles do, the Eagles don't sign all of their players at top market money. They don't sign all their players to the top of the market money. They'll put them in that range. But they always seem to be able to get their players where their players are not trying to necessarily break the bank. They're different. Their players are different like that. They are. The Big Rombowski said the owners need to stop this hold-in loophole during the next collective bargaining talks. Man, I'm telling you, Big Rombowski, people don't understand. This thing with Michael Parsons is not about Michael Parsons. It's also David Mulugeta in this thing. But again, it is what it is. I'm going to focus on the players on the field. That's all I'm focusing on. I am so glad the Cowboys have went and got the depth that they have. I like the players they have. I like the coaches they have. I like everything they've done. This is why I give Jerry credit, because Jerry has done a lot of things good this season. The only thing I got against Jerry Jones is the way that this doggone Michael Parsons thing has shaken down. And again, when you read Michael Parsons' letter, I don't even know if we still wouldn't be here, because David Mulugeta was against Michael Parsons doing the deal early. Because if Michael could have got it done early, then why didn't he get it? Well, the first time they said no. But in March, it's obvious that they came to some kind of conclusion, and David Mulugeta said no. And in Michael's own letter, he said, say, wait. But I'm telling you, this to me is, man, I'm telling you, this is, man, if you telling me that they've crossed lines like this, then they both would do each other a favor. They would do each other a favor. I mean, you might as well depart if y'all done got to this point. Because I'm asking y'all, would y'all want Micah Parsons here? If you knew full well that he's only doing it for the money. Boy, that's tough. That's tough. Chris Danzler, what's going on? All right, so let's get back to this thing with the players. Because this is what Jerry is. Because this thing with Michael Parsons, it's just too divisive. It wasn't even like this with Dak Prescott. It wasn't like this with CeeDee Lamb. It just wasn't like this. And it leads me to the belief, I'm just telling this, it doesn't make sense to me. This is Jerry's team. It's a negotiation. It is what it is. Joseph McCain, what's going on? He said, I agree with you 100%. Big Run Bout said Michael could be this generation's LT, but he wanted to chase that yeah. And blame Dan Quinn. Blame Dan Quinn. Yep, blame Dan Quinn too. All right. So let's get to this thing with Brian Broaddus. So Brian Broaddus is going to give us a breakdown. Brian Broaddus is going to give us his breakdown of what he saw today. And I think it's I haven't watched it, but I like a lot of the stuff that Brian Broaddus has been saying lately. Brian Broaddus is trying to work his way back into the Cowboys, front office. But Brian Broaddus has actually been coming with a lot of inside and insight as far as the Dallas Cowboys go. So he's been at the training camp. So let's see what he said today about what happened.
We got you guys some Dallas Cowboys news. Practice has kicked off. The joint practice with the Rams out there in Oxnard. What's happening? A lot of stuff going on the Twitter sphere.
Looks like Turpin's having a pretty good day catching the football, huh?
From what it looks like on the Twitter highlights, on the outside looking in, Kevontae Turpin seems to be your guy right now. I've seen at least 3 catches of over 20 yards. I've seen a crossing route. I've seen a comeback route. And I've seen a little bit of like a little dig route. All of them
Turpin
he catches
balling
and has some yards after the catch. So if you're buying in the Turpin stock, if you want to grab him like the 9th round of your fantasy draft, or you're just a fan of Kevontae Turpin, I think you're going to be sitting pretty this year. He did get knocked out trying to catch one pass. Kitchens, the safety for the Rams, catch up the sideline. It looked like a little swing route. He caught and took it up for about 20, 25 yards. But the highlight of the day came early in practice as Joe Milton threw a 65-yard bomb in the breadbasket.
Data everywhere, and not an insight to see. It's overwhelming. Customer usage stats.
To Brooks, our boy Jalen Brooks.
Jalen Brooks has had a good last couple of days
for who is going to be in this wide receiver room and get a bunch of reps outside of CD and Pickens. Turpin's fighting for a spot, not spot on the roster, but spot to get a lot of reps. Tolbert's fighting for his spot. Trayshawn Holden's put his name in there. Obviously, Brooks has put his name in there. Mingo was phenomenal in all the stuff we saw in the summer. I think it's going to be a very fun battle to see who is getting those wide receiver 3 reps. Because we know they're going to be doing a lot of 11 personnel. We know there's going to be times where we got 2 tight ends with 12 personnel with Schoonmaker in there. And Brian even mentioned maybe even a little bit of 13 personnel as well. So I'm really excited to see what the Dallas Cowboys can do on offense, especially with all these little training camp and videos coming out. Looks like Kevontae Turpin's found himself a spot in the offense.
Turpin is a doggone superstar. I mean, Turpin is balling straight out.
Yeah, the thing with Turpin is, and it's fascinating by him, that he's now being used as a down the field player, as a wide receiver. When you start to talk about the 11 personnel stuff, he is getting some work because this coach has a plan for him, and he's putting him in the backfield, he's putting him in trips formation, he's bringing him in motion, he's putting him in the backfield. He's looking at a lot of different opportunities to use him. And in these practices, we've seen him, like I say, make plays down the field as a wide receiver. He big time. That's a positive sign for him.
Jalen Tolbert also caught a little screen pass with Pickens throwing a lead block, and Jalen Tolbert was thrown about 7 yards to the sideline by the Rams defender, but he did get a nice little 8-9 yard gain. Nice to see Jalen Tolbert getting some reps out there. And then John Machota tweeting 5 minutes ago, a lot of run plays, and then he says, not much happening as it is Javonte Williams running up the middle for no gain. Nick Harris also put Rams D-line versus Cowboys O-line. Rams D-line has won almost every play.
Wow, that is not a good sign at all then. Not a
Actually, it's not a surprise. I'm sorry, but the Rams defensive line is great, man. It's no surprise.
Good sign at all.
Nick Harris also did the due diligence letting us know which guys are not practicing today, so that when we're making fun of people or making fun of position groups.
Well, it looks like they're down in a red zone period here is what it looks like right now because they're down. Let's see and it looks like that Williams is in the backfield. I wish a lot of Javonte
I've been seeing.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder what's going on with that. Here's a pass, Prescott to the corner.
Looks like we got a touchdown.
Looks like we got a touchdown. Yep. Yeah, Dak is. I wonder who he threw it to. That was
I'm going to go Pickens.
That was poor camera angling right there.
Yeah, they're like showing the back
let's see who he's shaking hands with. I can't tell. I'm sure we'll get a clip of it from somebody.
So Nick Harris puts, these are the guys that are not practicing. No Miles Sanders today, as we see him in a hoodie. No Tyler Guyton today.
There's Tyler Guyton right there standing there talking to Steele.
Yep. No Tyler Guyton in practice today. No Deuce Vaughn. No Micah, of course. No Revel. No Brian Spanford, who is out of the boot, though. Brian Spanford is out of the boot, but he will not be practicing. Brevin, but will not be practicing. No Overshown, of course. No Josh Butler. No Trayvon Diggs. No Justin Barron, and no Wanye.
Oh, there's a touchdown right there. Hunter Lipke, they powered that thing inside right there. That was a good job. That was probably from about the 5 yard line. That was a good inside run there with Hunter Lipke. They handed him the ball. Shotgun set. Will Greer. So it was Will Greer took the snap and inside handoff. And Hoffman and that crew up front was able to get some good push. There was a nice hole inside there. It was T.J. Bass over at that left guard spot as well.
So kind of an interesting O-line spot that they've got with no Guyton.
This is the second offensive line.
Second
offensive line, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to keep you guys updated on everything that's happening at Dallas Cowboys campus. They are doing the joint practice with the Rams. Nick Harris tweeting
Blue just got an opportunity there, and he looked like he was stopped. They didn't get any kind of push off that right side there. That would be boy, I wish I could run these things back. But yeah, it's over there. Charles is on that right side over there. Let's see if 72 breaks a huddle at right tackle, that's Lyle Collins, but really nothing good over off that right side. It looks like this is clearly the second offensive line for sure.
Before they went into the red zone, Nick Harris tweeting out a video, CeeDee Lamb running a corner route, and he was about as open as my arms are to the staph infection. Wide open. Dak Prescott finds him for a CeeDee Lamb touchdown, and then we get another red zone touchdown as well.
Another red zone touchdown. This is Blue going off the left side right there, and they got some Adeniji, and those guys were able to get some push over there and make that happen. Good job by Bass and Hoffman as well. It looks like the first offensive line is now back in, so Dak Prescott, they're working on this goal line period here. And it looks, I would have to say they're probably at the 5 yard line or so. It looks pretty close to what they're doing.
I love how we're getting some camera angles. I feel like you don't usually get the live. We just get the highlights. But NFL Network is showing a pretty live view of practice. Now, it's not the best camera angle you've ever seen. And also, is this Turpin? Okay, I thought Turpin's in the backfield. He's just
talking to Will Greer. They're going to check this thing. They're going to shotgun off this. And let's see what happens now. It's Booker. They slide the protection. Picked up well. There's your fade. Oh.
And it looks like Pickens just caught it in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, he did. Pickens did. They're going to probably call. Let's see if he pushed off.
We got an instant replay.
Maybe Pickens is saying, yeah, it's a touchdown, bro. Yeah, that was a nice job. It's like Lamb was running inside. This is what we've seen. Lamb on the inside underneath, and then Pickens on the outside.
A little motion, too.
Yeah, a little motion here, trying to get things kind of situated.
I like this. Both these guys on the same side of the field. What are you going to do?
They've done that quite a bit in practice.
The other side now.
So you have CD on the right side of your screen, motions right next to right under the tackle, goes right back out to that slot position, same side as George Pickens. They had just scored a touchdown on that play, the one me and Brian were talking about with the flag. They then call the next play. On the left side of the field, we don't know who it was. Maybe Tolbert, maybe
It looked like to me there was
Mingo.
no reaction from the Cowboys, so it was probably an incomplete.
But the fact that they're able to do motion on one side, you've got CD and George on the same side, and then Dak is in shotgun and looks to his left, opposite of your two main guys, and throws to, we couldn't see in the camera angle, we're going to assume Mingo or something. And they're able to get one-on-one, that's going to be deadly.
Yeah, here's Prescott under center, Hunter Lipke in the backfield now, and I'm going to guess this is probably going to be a run play. They're probably going to try and push this thing. Hunter Lipke on the handoff, cut. Yeah, touchdown right there. Hunter Lipke said he tried to press.
Jump cut.
Yeah, he did. He tried to press that thing hard to his left, and then
all lane.
So it looked like he's just kind of giving us a play-by-play. I thought he was going to kind of give us like some news, but he's just giving us a play-by-play.
Get behind that over there on that side, Smith to that side. I don't know if that was Smith over there. I think that was Hoffman playing at that spot. Smith might not be practicing. Let's see if we get the ones. Yeah, Hoffman right now is playing the left guard, and so it looks like they might have blown the horn here. So that might be the end of the period.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about
Okay, I thought they. So I said, I didn't listen to this. I thought they were going to be giving like a breakdown.
Yeah,
I love to see Cavante Turpin being.
So we'll probably
interactive.
get more of that
Nick Harris
tomorrow.
let us know
We'll
that
deal
George
with that
Pickens
tomorrow
has
at
been
around
having himself a
4:30
day as well. Back-to-back tough crowds before we even got into the red zone period that Brian's giving you live coverage of.
Right.
Jared Verse has been having himself a day with his Cowboys O-line. He said Nick Harris said Jared Verse has been living in the backfield. Feels like he's getting through every play.
Nate Thomas is no match for Jared Verse. I mean, Tyler Guyton, I believe, would be struggling, at least at this point of even in his progression. Jared Verse would be doing this to anybody else too, other than probably the top left tackles in the league. Jared Verse is a doggone menace. So don't take this like Nate Thomas is just terrible trash. No, Jared Verse is that doggone good.
Yeah, that's that left. We talk about with Nate Thomas over there, and we'll right now Nate Thomas. The ones are back. It looks like to me that no Smith, so it's at the Hoffman
at left guard
is playing. Yeah, is playing the left guard spot right now. Play action. Dak has to scramble, scramble, and he's just going to throw it away. He's just going to throw it away.
I will say this. You were out there in person. How mobile does Dak look? Because to me, it looks like he's moving around.
No, he looks really, really mobile in this period. Actually, I say in this period, but overall, he's looked really, really mobile. When he's had to kind of duck, step forward, run through the line, he's done a good job with that. He looks like that the mobility factor is pretty good. Again, Nate Thomas playing your left tackle, Brock Hoffman playing the left guard. No Smith today. That'd be Booker at the right guard, and here's the throw. Dak again having to scramble. He wants to work inside. Throws it just wide. Looks like a flag. Looks like a flag.
To?
It looked like that
CD.
Yeah, it looked like CD was probably working.
Looked like a little zig route.
Yeah, well, he was breaking in. He was outside left, breaking in, and then broke to the outside because Dak kind of directed him that way.
Put his foot in the ground.
I got some of these plays that they're talking about, but some of the players that did not play for the Cowboys, this is something that he kind of mentioned at the top. That's another reason why we didn't look the same either.
And they both ran to the pylon.
Or didn't look as maybe as good as some people wanted us to.
Threw it a little wide there, but I think they probably got maybe a holding call. We couldn't see it, but it looked like that CD was starting inside and then broke outside.
Nick Harris tweeting, it has not been pretty on either side of the ball for the Cowboys today against the Rams, having big struggles in the trenches.
Okay. Well, that's and then Will Grier just ran one in, just a straight handoff. Or not a handoff, excuse me, just a direct quarterback snap. So, and now they skip away.
Are we going to get, why is Will Grier getting these reps in front of Joe Milton?
Maybe they had a period where Joe Milton got some before. Will Grier does not get a whole lot of work, so.
They didn't know it at the time, but Joe Milton had obviously hit his thumb. Joe Milton had obviously hit his thumb on someone's helmet, and that's why Joe Milton wasn't in.
He's probably, they're trying to, maybe also too, that fact that you're going to see a lot of Joe Milton in that game on Saturday.
All right, so I didn't know they was giving us a play-by-play. All right, so let's check out a couple of these
You can
interviews.
make all the money
and then we're going to get to these plays. And I think if you haven't seen some of these plays, these interviews aren't that long. When you see some of these plays, you can see some of the stuff. I think what we're going to see is the Cowboys were not used, because I don't think it's just the Rams are that much better than the Cowboys. The Cowboys have not been playing at the speed the Rams were playing at today. I'm telling you, the Rams were playing at a different speed to me than from what I've noticed the Cowboys have been playing. I think they were playing at a different speed. And so, again, we saw this the other day, that once the Cowboys kind of picked up, once the offense kind of picked up on the speed that the defense and some of the hits the defense was making, then the Cowboys offense, they kind of started getting it together again. And I think this will even happen for the Cowboys defense, going against the offense of the Rams, going a little bit faster, a little bit more physical. The Cowboys will wake up from that and they'll be better for it when they come back, especially when they come back Saturday. But again, I think what Brian Schottenheimer, his goal is to, okay, get tape. How do you look at the tape, and then how do you come back and improve from the coaches to the players, and do the players respond with a different type of physicality, hopefully tomorrow when they see them. So we only got a couple of interviews. They're very small, and then we're going to get to the plays on X. But the first interview we're going to check out is Tyler Booker.
How do you feel to go against another opponent for the first time in a while?
It felt good, just to be able to go against different players, different fronts, different schemes. It's only going to make me a better player, and it was good to learn and go against a different team today.
What do you feel specifically, just one or two of those things that you would take away from the scrimmage and say, hey, this is definitely what I need to improve upon going forward?
Just recognizing the different kind of fronts that I'll have to play against, like the front that the Cowboys play, that we play, our defense plays, is a different kind of front than the Rams play, that we play today. So just knowing the different kind of fronts, knowing that I might get a different look from one front to another, that's something I could be a lot more cognizant of. And then just, I feel like that's the biggest thing. Just knowing my personnel, knowing who I'm going against.
Yeah.
Talk about this opportunity and your chance to show what you have, and coaches obviously taking notes. First time going up against somebody different.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity. Whenever I step on this football field, I'm looking to compete, and it just so happened to be that we practiced against the Rams today, so I definitely felt like I take advantage of that opportunity today.
What was Shotty's message to the team after practice?
We didn't break it down today.
You didn't break it down?
Yeah, no.
Were there nerves, excitement? What was kind of the mixture of how you felt going into this?
Just excitement. It's just another opportunity to play football.
Man, this dude played on the biggest stage in college, man. This dude is ready for this stuff.
Does the scrimmage help knock off some of the nerves before going into the preseason game against this same team?
Yeah. I'm not going to say that there were nerves going into it, but I will say that I'm just excited to take another step forward to actually playing against somebody else.
How much do you expect to play on Saturday?
That's up to my coaches.
Dak was saying that this is a really important practice for him and the guys because he usually doesn't play in the preseason. What was his mood and tenor out there today?
He was very excited. He was honest about getting on the ball. It's just great to be able to play with him when the bullets are actually flying against another team. So that was a lot of fun.
What did you think of facing Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, and some of the Rams' talented defensive guys up front?
Yeah, they have a very talented defensive front, and this is the first time I'm going against an NFL front other than the Cowboys. So to go against them is definitely going to make me a better player in the future.
Is going up against a group that's not your own teammates what you expected?
Yeah, they just play differently. They have different players than us, so I knew they were going to play differently.
Does the fact that you're playing a team that you're going to play again on Saturday give you just an immediate chance to learn lessons, when you go watch a film and kind of apply them on Saturday?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, how would you describe just the learning that's going on here for you?
It's very exciting, just being in a place for 3 years and being in Alabama for 3 years, you don't, I'm not going to say you get complacent, but you kind of know what to expect from day to day, year to year. And now that I'm in a different environment, just every day is a new lesson and a new opportunity to grow and get better. So I'm just very blessed for this opportunity.
Did you feel like the speed today was ratcheting up a little bit? The intensity, did you feel?
Our practices are always intense here, so I'm not going to say that this one was more intense than another. It was just very intense practice.
I will. Oh, yeah. When I show you these plays, nah. The Rams turned it up a notch on the Cowboys today. No, they turned it up. And now that the Cowboys, I think it's good that they got it ratcheted up like this, and they'll be better the next go round. But I tell you this part too, y'all might as well get ready. I got a strange feeling we're just not going to see a lot of action from the Cowboys in preseason. What you're going to be watching more than likely in the preseason, Joe Milton, some Will Greer, and most of the second team. Anybody that's going to be first team, I will not be surprised if you don't see him. I just won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if you don't see Tyler Booker. Me, I honestly believe Dak Prescott, in particular, Dak Prescott needs to play a half in the second preseason game. I think he at least needs to play a half because Dak hasn't played since week 9. Dak Prescott, live bullets in your first game is against the Philadelphia Eagles. There were some plays today, and you're going to see it when I show you the plays. There were plays today that if it had been a real game, Dak Prescott probably would have been sacked about, 4 or 5 times? Yeah, Dak needs to get into a live game, but I guess at the same time, too, you want to make sure that you have your offensive line solidified, because then if you put him in a live game, then he'll mess around and get hurt. So, and definitely I'm thinking without Tyler Guyton, if there was a chance that Dak was going to play, probably not a chance without Tyler Guyton. So I wouldn't even be surprised, like I said, if Tyler Booker we don't see Tyler Booker in the preseason.
How do you feel like you're stacking? How do you feel like you're stacking up strength-wise against the guys that you faced today and then the defense?
I felt like I stack up strength-wise really well. I just have to put my strength together with my technique.
Seeing that, talking to the chance to watch the film against this team and then play again Saturday, how eager are you to dive in the film, find some answers for some things, and try to apply them on Saturday?
Oh yeah, I'm very eager to dive into the film. I love watching film, and I feel like that's a way to get better, to get yourself better.
Is that something you guys have came into this practice kind of like thinking anyways? It's like, hey, we're going to learn a lot?
I mean, we go into every practice thinking that we're going to learn a lot.
Something you told me when you first got here to Dallas that you wanted to show on your technique. Where do you feel like that stands right now?
I'm definitely improving pass pro-wise. And I just have to be more consistent in the run game. There are plays when I do really well run game, but I just have to be more consistent with that.
Thanks, bro.
No problem.
Thank
Have
you.
a good
Appreciate
one.
You're going to be...
I am excited. I don't know about y'all, but I am absolutely excited about these new players the Cowboys have. Tyler Booker is I think he's going to be incredible. I think he's going to be absolutely incredible. I think he's got a great attitude. And I really think the Cowboys have a very, very, very bright future. A very, very bright future, I do. LaQueen said, "Saying Mike is the best player on the team. I don't agree. How do you think it is?" LaQueen, me and you in the same boat on this. I think that's one of the dumbest, no disrespect to anybody. That is a dumb argument. Micah Parsons is not the best player on this team. You can't be the best player on the... So again, if Micah Parsons is the best player on the team, why does he only have 4 sacks why does he only have 1 sack in 4 playoff games? And don't give me all this, he gets held. Man, if you that good, you're that good, I'm missing it. I'm missing it. Brian Davis, show me. 71% of his sacks against good teams. Show me. No, I only showed you those 3 trash teams. Show me. No, don't try to play semantics. Show me. I've already given you the evidence. Show me. Send me the link to his signature play. Send me the link to the play that he made in the playoff to change the game. Send it to me. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to spend all my time on Micah Parsons tonight. Micah Parsons is under contract and he's not playing. Micah Parsons is not the best player on this team. I promise you this season, we can win games with Micah Parsons gone. We can win games. We can win more games with Micah Parsons gone and Dak here than with Dak gone and Micah here. I promise you we can. I'm not buying it. You Michael Parsons apologist, you can have your own opinion, but it's literal insanity when we're saying some of this stuff. You're talking about a player that doesn't even touch the ball. Doesn't even touch the ball. Ain't no way. That's crazy talk. And he is definitely not the best player on this team. But I'm going to tell you, I love these players that the Cowboys have. I really do. I love these players these Cowboys have. Lost in translation. He said Parsons should sign for 3 years and get another bite at the apple. Lost in translation. If Michael Parsons would dare and try to approach Jerry Jones with a 3-year deal. People do not understand. Jerry Jones could literally make Michael Parsons' next 3 years hell. He could. We are literally at a point to where Jerry could franchise this dude 2 times and come out way cheaper. Ain't no way I'm giving this dude a 3-year deal. Ron Hanna, you and me in the same boat. Even the guy last night on 105.3 The Fan, he said the same thing. Nah, bro, you don't write that letter. If I'm a player and you write that letter, I'm like, nah, bro, you crossed the line. You don't write a letter like that. That's a different type of letter. To say you don't want to be a part of the Dallas Cowboys and you no longer want to be a part of the Cowboys and you want to be traded. Shoot, they wouldn't want to be playing with me. I'll tell you in a minute. I'll be your Huckleberry. I'll be your Huckleberry. I'll show you better than I can tell you. You don't want to play for us? I bet you won't play for another winning team for the next 5 years. I'm trading you to the worst, because why would I trade you to a good team? He has no control over where he goes. If the Cowboys trade him and he say, I'm not showing up, well, that's that team's problem. That's that team's problem now. It wouldn't even be a Cowboy problem. The Cowboys could trade Michael Parsons and get all the compensation they want, and there's nothing he can do about it. And if he start talking that noise about a 3-year deal, if he was talking that noise about a 3-year deal, the big Rombowski, oh, okay, well, you're going to do a 3-year deal. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to run the franchise tag on you. Because in reality, the franchise tag for 3 years would be way cheaper than what they're talking about paying him. But the most insane thing is, Michael writes a letter like that knowing Jerry loves this man. I'm like my son. My son calls this WWE. He don't believe any of it. He don't believe any of it. Tony Simmons said, not like Dak playing for $60 million to $1 million. Hold on a second. Daniel Lim. Who don't believe this man gonna keep him? Who don't believe it? That's why all the arguing is stupid. Who don't know that Jerry gonna sign this man? The only way Jerry don't sign this man is that there must be something. Because right now, I just think all this is just smoke and mirrors. I think all of this is smoke and mirrors right now. But if Jerry, because y'all might not remember, I talked about this before. Jerry could take this as far as he wanted to, and there's nothing that Michael Parsons could do about it. That's why, to me, it's insane that he writes a letter saying you don't want to be here. Bro, you can't control where you go. He can't even say no. Wherever the Cowboys trade him, that's where he goes. He can't even say no. He can't. He can't. And Brian Davis, you make a very good point. People say things out of anger and emotions that they don't really mean. But Brian, as a person who deals with people on a regular basis, but do you know why I tell people don't do this? Brian, do you know why the Bible tells us don't do this? Because you don't get to control, Brian, how people respond. You don't get to control how I respond, Brian. You don't get to control. None of us get to control. When we say something out of pocket, when we say something to try to get a reaction, when we try to give people ultimatums, and then we just want everybody to say, hey, man, he just said that out of anger. He don't mean it. Let me tell you something that I learned, Brian. As an older man, I preached about this in the pulpit. You remember when they used to say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt? They lied to us. They lied to us. I've broken a collarbone. I've been hit with rocks. I've been hit with sticks. I've been hit with stuff. And I don't even remember some of it. I don't. I got over it. But words, read what the Bible says about the tongue. How the smallest, one of the smallest vessels on your body can control so many things. This is why you don't say things out of anger, because you don't know. See, this is the part, Brian, you and others are not understanding. You don't get to tell me how to feel when you say something that you don't mean. Bro, you say something to me that you don't mean, and I take it a certain way, I don't even care if you come back and tell me you sorry. You know why? Because you know what my mind goes? The fact that you even told me something like that, the fact that you could get so mad and say something so personal about me, I'm looking at you different from that point forward. And that's the very point the guy was making on X. But he was making it for Micah, but I'm making it for Jerry and Micah. Have they both crossed the line to where, bro, we got to stop thinking that every time we do something that people have to say, well, we understand. And then we say, we all human. Man, I don't care if we're all cats and dogs. When you do something, you don't get to tell me how to respond. I don't have to take everything you're doing. This is why I tell my sons, don't you be playing with people. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. You mess around and be saying the wrong stuff to people. Man, I'm telling you, this is why I don't fool around with people. This is why I don't do a lot of arguing with people. This is why I don't do a lot of calling names with people. Because, man, you be messing around and popping off because you mad and saying something about somebody and saying something about their family, saying something about their personal life, saying something, just popping off at the mouth. Boy, you don't know what people will do. You sitting up just talking. Oh, I'm just talking. They ain't just talking. They're no longer talking. You say something that triggers somebody, man, you'll find yourself in the grave. I'm a grown man. I don't play like that. I don't play like that. I'm a grown man. That's why I stopped. I'm a grown man. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I'm not a child no more. No, I understand words have power, brother. Words have power. You mess around and say the wrong thing to somebody. Shoot. Boy, you'll find yourself in some predicaments. Broadway JoJo, he said, never burn bridges. And one of the way you burn bridges is with your mouth. Shoot, them people who said words never hurt, they lying. Shoot, I know people ain't talked in 10 years because of something somebody said. Nah, bro. You got to be careful what you saying, and you better learn that fast. Don't cross them lines. If you think you're going to say something, they always say, you don't have something nice to say? Why you think they tell you don't say nothing then? Boy, I'm telling you, people take words. People take words on a personal level that you, man, I have heard people say stuff to people. And I've tried to explain, like, you know what, but this is why they said it. They didn't mean it, blah, blah, blah. There are married people who have said things to each other. Get divorced. Just get divorced. The heck with this. You're not going to say that to me. Shoot, I'm telling you, Brian, I understand what you're saying. No hate, no hate or nothing like that. Bro, we can't make that excuse. Man, you're a grown man. You're 26. What is he, 25, 26? Bro, you can't just be saying what you want to say. Nah, man. It's a free country, freedom of speech. But understand, there are consequences and repercussions. Boy, you better understand. You better understand. Ty Church said, what's his phone number? Give me 2 firsts and 2 seconds of Simmons for Paul. You know what, Ty Church? I don't think none of this is going to get that far. But I just think to me, if I was Michael Parsons, when I signed my contract, and I'm going to tell you, this is why I said this before the guy said it last night. I want Michael on my team. If I'm a player, okay, I want him on the team. But I don't ever want to hear him talking about being a leader again. I don't want to hear him talking about being a leader because he used as a negotiation tactic to write a letter and say he didn't want to be a Dallas Cowboy no more. As if Jerry Jones was the only Dallas Cowboy. People talking about, oh, they're putting their pictures on their profile pictures to Michael Parsons going against Jerry. Why do we always take everything like that? Do you know these players love Jerry Jones? These players understand this stuff. They don't even want to be in it. Brian Schottenheimer is even telling me, all these players are saying, hey, man, pay the man because we want him here. Could it be all they were saying is, we want you to be here because this man wrote a letter saying he don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy no more? If I was Michael Parsons, I would apologize to this team. I would. Because when you say you don't want to be a Dallas Cowboy, you're talking about the players too. That's why I never would have made that statement. And I'm a grown man. I'm not saying stuff I don't mean. I'm telling you right now, when I say something, I mean it. You better believe if I'm going to say something, I mean it. I mean it. Not playing these games, especially when you're talking about this kind of money on the line. Heck to the no. I'm a grown man. I'm finna get mine. I'm a grown man. Pride come before the fall. I'm trying to get mine, bro. I ain't thinking about this personal stuff. I'm trying to get my family taken care of. I'm getting mine. And I'm not finna be out here pouting like a little kid. Heck to the no. All right. So let's listen to this next interview by Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku, it's a 2-minute one. And then we're going to go to the plays of the day. Ron Hanna said, man, gee, I hope not. He said, we need to hit the ground running. A slow start could put us behind the 8 ball. I think we're going to be fine because I think Michael Parsons is going to get signed. I think we're going to get signed. But I'll tell you this. I think Jerry is playing the game. And I don't know if Jerry's going to try to play the game he played with Emmitt Smith. Y'all remember when he played the game with Emmitt Smith? Cowboys went 0-2. Charles Haley picked up a helmet and threw it in. At least this is what I heard. When they went 0-2, Charles Haley threw a helmet in the wall, man, put a hole in the wall, and Jerry signed Emmitt Smith after they went 0-2. But if I'm Michael, I don't even want to play these games. I'm sorry. I'm just finna go get my money. And I'm telling this doggone agent of mine, bro, stop all this dumb stuff. Let's go get this thing done. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting this stuff done. But let's go to this thing with Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku, I think, had a very interesting take on today. Donovan Ezeraku is another one of these new Dallas Cowboys I absolutely love. Definitely going to be a special player.
Like having another producer in the room that knows.
I love this team the Cowboys have put on the field.
It felt really good to see somebody in a different color uniform. Obviously, we got some things to work on, but I think that, we'll be making a strong push for sure.
Did you, any nerves or anxiety that you might have come in as far as being so ready to hit another team? Does this kind of help settle you in for the potentiality of playing on Saturday?
Yeah, I think nerves are good. I had a little bit of nerves, but after during the stretch lines, I was just like, you're just playing football. We out here for another day of practice. So I was pretty much good after that, locked back in, do what I needed to do. So it wasn't too bad for sure.
What's one of the biggest takeaways just as an individual that coming out of this, you can go back, look at your film and say, you know what, let me improve upon that before the games get going?
Yeah, I would say obviously we know it's a different speed, but your conditioning is one of the most important things to play at this level. We obviously run here a good amount for the Dallas Cowboys. We're running after the ball, but to go a little bit above that, we just got to do more. Me personally, I have to do more, so that's a big takeaway for me.
What do you think of the run defense today, the good and bad with that?
Yeah, I think obviously there are things to improve on, but I think that it has improved. Guys want to put their nose in there and stop the run. That's something that we emphasize at the defense. So it's been obviously we'll go back and learn from the tape, but definitely some good things too.
Adams had a couple catches out there today, touchdown. He's doing pretty well. What were you seeing in terms of trying to get the pass rush out?
Yeah, I think that I think we were able to get back there a good amount. There are certain situations where we need to obviously do more, but at this level, quarterbacks know they got a clock in their head. They're going to get the ball out fast. So you might have won on the edge, but you're a half step too late. And that's kind of where rush plus coverage comes in hand. So.
How do you think you did? I mean, this is your first. No, you got a game on Saturday, but first opponent in a sense. How do you think you did?
Yeah, I think I did pretty good. Like I said before, definitely things that we can learn from, of course. But I think it was a good day for me all around.
How much are you looking forward to getting under the lights on Saturday?
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I know it's a preseason game, but it's a game at the end of the day.
Last one here, guys. Great, but I mean, you still have to pull up. You can't, take them down.
Exactly. And I think I would have got back a couple of times, but we got a QB halo. We got a QB halo rule, so we can't really test the guys in red. So not on Saturday. Until Saturday. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No problem.
If you haven't exercised in years,
that is
you have
why
to start small with my
Dak Prescott will not be playing. That's why right there, Dak Prescott will not be playing. Especially with that verse dude on the edge, Dak Prescott, I promise you, will not be playing. They are not risking Dak Prescott taking a hit from that guy. They are not risking it. They are not risking it. He will not be. Dak Prescott will not be on the field. There is no way. But again, all of this stuff, man, a lot of this stuff, it's much ado about nothing in my eyes. I believe Jerry Jones has every intention on signing Michael Parsons. He's just going to sign him when he wants to. So that, to me, it is what it is. And I do think the Cowboys have enough. I think they have enough. I think the Cowboys have enough depth to where the Cowboys actually wouldn't have to bring Michael Parsons, because I don't think Michael Parsons is going to play like he has in the past. I think the Cowboys are going to take a page out of the Eagles' book. They're going to have some kind of rotation. I don't think Michael Parsons is going to play every play this year. Now, so people were making jokes last night, said that once they signed Michael Parsons, they said Michael Parsons is going to be playing everywhere for them if he get that kind of money. But I don't think he's going to play as much. I think the Cowboys are going to be smart with Michael Parsons. I think, why put him out there on, you got a third and, or you got a first and, let's say you got a 2nd and 9. Sometimes you got to figure out if you can time it right to where, okay, this may be a running down. Why have him out there? Keep his legs fresh. Keep him fresh to where he can straight up just be effective, rushing the passer all the time. Keep him fresh. I think the Cowboys are going to be able to do that. So if he gets signed a week before the season, or he gets signed around that time the CeeDee Lamb got signed, don't just ease him in. Ease him in. The Cowboys should be able to get the Eagles in passing situations. When you get the Eagles in passing situations, come on in, Michael. Just ease him back ease him back in, and he should be ready around game 3 or 4. And even then, I don't think the Cowboys were ever going to play him like they've been playing him in the past. Miss Matrix, I wouldn't say Mike is the best player on the team, but he's a foundational piece. Now, that part, I agree. He's better than Aiden Hutchinson. Cowherd said he wasn't yesterday, so I had to throw that in there. Well, I don't agree, even when, because one of the things, like I said, even when I did this back, even when I put this together back, I can't remember when I did it, Miss Matrix, but when I first put this together, when you look at the chart that I put together, of course, I didn't agree with some of the things he said. He said his top 5 defensive players. I'm not taking Max Crosby before. Man, I'm not taking doggone Max Crosby before Micah Parsons. Ain't no doggone way. I'm not taking Max Crosby before Micah Parsons. Patrick Surtain the second. It would be a good discussion. Chris Jones, depending upon what you need for your defense, another good discussion. I actually think Jared Verse is very good. Jared Verse is very, very, very good. Could possibly be a discussion depending upon what I need. The only player on this list that I would unequivocally take over Micah Parsons is Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett different. Micah Parsons is different too. He ain't Myles Garrett different. Myles Garrett is different. I feel sorry for Myles Garrett. He's on a terrible. Man, y'all talk about Jerry Jones. Man, the Cleveland Browns is a terribly run franchise. This dude, Myles Garrett, is the best edge rusher in the league. And he ain't going to win nothing. He ain't going to win nothing. He ain't going to have a chance to win nothing. Their only slim chance, and it seems like for whatever reason, things are working out for Shedeur Sanders. He's going to start this next playoff, the first playoff game. If for some wild reason that Shedeur Sanders became the starting quarterback and they started winning, other than that, Myles Garrett is going to be one of the most wasted talent, at least in my recollection. He is going to be one of the most wasted talents. If they ever make a top 20 list of the most wasted, talented players in NFL history, Myles Garrett is going to make that list. Myles Garrett is going to make that list. I'm sorry. If I'm Shedeur Sanders, bro, you play as hard as you can, and every chance you get, you try to put on a showcase for this league. And then when you go to bed at night, you pray that the Cleveland Browns cut you. You pray they cut you. If I'm Myles Garrett, he better than me. When I wrote that letter, I wouldn't have backed down. Nah, bro, trade me. Again, I'm sorry, Miss Matrix. The only person on this list that I would take over Micah Parsons is unequivocally Myles Garrett. It's not even a discussion for me. Some of you, it may be. I'm taking Myles Garrett every day of the week, twice on Sunday. I'm taking Myles Garrett, not only over Micah Parsons. I'm taking him over everybody. And you know what? I don't even know. Let me be careful about saying everybody as far as edge rushers go. The only reason I might take Nick Bosa over Myles Garrett, the only reason is because I've seen Nick Bosa do it on the biggest stage. I've seen him do it, and he wasn't the reason why they didn't win those Super Bowls. He's one of the reasons why they reached those Super Bowls. But Nick Bosa has an advantage that Micah Parsons didn't have before, but Micah Parsons has now. Jerry Jones did a very good job of going and get Micah Parsons some players to play around him. He went and got him some players. He went and got him an opposite defensive end in Dante Fowler, got him another defensive end in Donovan Ezeraku, got him Peyton Turner, signed Oso Digizua, got Solomon Thomas to help out in alternating in whatever rotation they're going to be doing. They went and got Marshawn Nealon. They drafted Marshawn Nealon. The Cowboys have started putting players around Micah Parsons, similar to what the San Francisco 49ers did for Nick Bosa. You put players around him. And Myles Garrett, I am going to say he has had some players around him. His problem is his offense is trash, though. But I would take Myles Garrett over Michael Parsons, and I might even take Nick Bosa over Michael Parsons, because if you look at PFF, they are 1 and 2, and Michael Parsons is number 3. But in this list, Myles Garrett is the only one. Myles Garrett is the only one. Some of the things that he was saying were true. There's no getting around it. 39% of his sacks is against terrible teams. Brian Davis, I know you meant 61. You said 71. 61% of his sacks, and we don't even know who those the other 61% are against. He just mentioned these 3 trash teams in particular. I'm sure there's been others, but again, it's the same thing with any player. You can't control who's in front of you. You can't control who's in front of you. So if you for years, the New England Patriots played in bad divisions, but when they got down to the playoffs, they still won. So it is what it is. But yeah, there's a Colin Cowherd sometimes. The only problem with him, he exaggerates, Miss Matrix. You have to take a lot of things that he say with a grain of salt. Definitely with a grain of salt. But let's go to these plays. I'm not worried about Michael Parsons. The Cowboys are going to sign Michael Parsons. I don't think it's going to get nowhere near to a frenzy, even though people are trying to make it sound like it's a frenzy. It's not a frenzy. This is like much ado about nothing. He'll sign that deal and he'll be smiling like a chess cat and he'll be talking about Jerry's his guy again. Brandon Cupp said, Michael, don't take Jerry's deal. He'll end up on the Jets just so Jerry. He said he'll end up on the Jets. He said just so Jerry can laugh and watch their franchise get traded. Hey, Brandon Cupp, though, this is what I'm talking about, though, man. People don't understand. Man, Jerry can trade Michael anywhere he want to, and there's nothing this dude can do. I would never say I want to get traded unless I can control where I go. If I can't control where I go, man, and then number one, I'm just not saying stuff like that. That's to me the equivalent of telling my wife I don't want to be married to her no more. Man, I ain't telling my wife that. I'm not telling my wife that just so she can cry. No, I'm not telling her nothing like that. Not out of anger. Now, sometimes, maybe you saying something in a whole different situation. Like if, I saw a show the other day, a man didn't feel like he was doing good enough for his wife. And he was saying that he wished that she would have got somebody better than him and stuff like that. Yeah, that was cold too. But Take Lil, my right hand man, he said, G, he said, we already have the GP antics and the Michael drama. He said, why not Anthony? Hey, let me tell you something, Dangy Lil. People can say what they want to. I'm not ruling out Christian Wilkins. I'm not ruling out Christian Wilkins. I'm not. If the Cowboys can get Christian Wilkins, and you can get him dirt cheap, I think he's gonna be hard to resist. And don't let me say that in the wrong way. I just think he's gonna be hard to resist. C-Base, boy, you just said something here. OBJ said the New York Giants sent him to Cleveland for his career to die. Facts. Facts. Yeah. C-Base, I would never want to play for Cleveland. I feel so sorry for Shedeur Sanders. I'm praying to God that he's going to get this preseason game. Man, I hope he lights it up. I hope Shedeur Sanders lights it up, and then I hope the Cleveland Browns cut him at the end of the preseason. And let this man go where he wants to go. Just cut him. I would never want to play for the doggone Cleveland Browns. Never. Brady Cup said, my mama said, keep talking, see what happens. Mama try. Man. Gee, would you sign Chris? What? Daniel Liam, I'm a man that believes in second chances, brother. I'm sorry. If I didn't believe in second chances, I wouldn't be saying sign Michael Parsons. Let me tell you something. I would get Christian Wilkins some whatever help he needs. I would get him whatever help he needs, and I'm signing that dude. I would. I mean, we'd have to have a very serious talk. There'd have to be some serious stipulations in that contract. I'm putting all kinds of stuff in there. Yeah, I would probably give Christian Wilkins a chance. I mean, he hasn't been arrested or convicted. C-Base, boy, I feel sorry for him too, man. I do. I hope he balls out this whatever day they play in their preseason game, and then I hope they find a way to cut him at the end of this thing so this man can actually go somewhere. All right, guys, let's get to these plays. I think y'all are going to be pleasantly surprised. Again, the Cowboys, I believe, having their full team playing, I think they would have looked a lot better, but I don't think this is what this was about. I think Brian Schottenheimer wanted these young guys to get some reps, let them get a feel of the speed, the different type of speed that they're watching. I think that's what he did, and I think it was a success. So, I got y'all the best plays I could find on X. Boy, let's get this thing going. Best plays I could find. And so this first play, this is actually Jake Ferguson. Dak Prescott had no problem. I mean, for the most part, Dak Prescott was able to move the ball on him. No problem. Man, this dude here, Nate Thomas, I feel sorry for him. This dude here could do this to anybody. Check him out. Jake Ferguson up the sideline, but he would have been tackled right there. Yeah, that dude versus a problem. He gonna be a problem for anybody. Watch this. This dude hands. This is insane how this hand slap he's about to get this dude. Watch this. The swim move he gave to him. The swim move, boom, gets right around him. Nah, he doing that to anybody. that ain't a Nate Thomas thing on him. He doing that to anybody. That swim move is crazy. But you know what? I saw Marshawn Nealon beat Thomas on a similar move. Thomas is really good with his feet and hands, but I saw him get beat on a similar move by Marshawn Nealon. But nevertheless, we're going to hear this a lot this year. Ferguson. Yeah, this probably what... I don't know, though. This dude is a cornerback. That second one would have been a tackle, though. All right, let's get to the next play. Next play. Whoa. Pleasantly surprised. Princeton Ford getting busy. Princeton Ford getting busy. I think that's his name, Princeton Ford. Bam! Nice catch. Nice catch. Yeah, that's nice. Boy, Dak dialing these boys up. Boy, I tell you, Dak was diming these boys up. Man, Dak gonna be fine this year, guys. Dak is going to be fine this year. And man, let me tell you something. Mike McCarthy ought to be somewhere ashamed of himself. I bet you there was a point during last season that Brian Schottenheimer tried to get him to use Kevontae Turpin. Because the way Kevontae Turpin is playing, it is Turpin time. Check this dude out. Turpin put that John Madden move on that boy. Oh, it's over. Turpin different, man. Turpin different. Man, I'm telling you, I am so happy for Kevontae Turpin. He just got to stop doing whatever he's doing off the field and understand how important and talented that he is. Turpin is going to be nice for the Cowboys this year. Got another play by Turpin. It might be the same play, just the entire play. And I'm telling you, I told y'all before, I think the Cowboys are trying to fast track Joe Milton, but this dude, Will Grier, can play, man. Will Grier can play. Check out Grier. Runs up, catches him. That's it. That's a nice play by Will Grier. Steps up in the pocket. Nice. Nice. Telling y'all Will Grier can play. Got another play here by, I think, Turpin. Telling y'all Turpin, as far as this field goes, Turpin is a menace to society. Let me see. Let me give a shout out real quick. Shout out to Patrick No C Walker. He put some of his plays in slow motion today. Check him out. This is another one here. Joe Milton took Avante Turpin. Man, this dude is holding Jonathan Mingo. That boy Turpin. I like this, man. I like this play right here. Nice throw by Joe Milton. Nice. Nice. I see you, Joe Milton. That's nice. Then when you look at this doggone these doggone Rams, I'm telling y'all the Rams was hitting different today, man. I hope the Cowboys hit like this on the next go round. Check out this play on Princeton right here, I think his name. Watch this. Good. Blew that. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all got to see it too. I'm sorry. Watch this. Blew this man up. Good. That might would have been a personal foul during the regular season. Because I'm wondering if he got his... I'm wondering if that was a headshot. See, I'm wondering if that would have probably been a penalty. But that was a crazy hit. Boy, that's one of them plays in years past. Shoot, that might would have been a fight right there. That's a crazy hit. And then this is the play they're talking about. Joe Milton throws a 65-yard bomb to Jalen Brooks. Brooks has been looking pretty good the last couple of days. Check him out. Joe Milton. Man. Boom! Yeah, he aired that one out. Yeah, he launched that. Nice. Nice. All right, so next. Jalen Tolbert. I would dare say Jalen Tolbert had a pretty decent day today, y'all. Jalen Tolbert. Good. Woo-wee. Knock that boy out the frame, though. Jalen, don't. Jalen Tolbert, come on, man. Don't let this man knock this man out the frame. Man, I don't know if Lisa Worley's still with me, but Lisa knocked the mess out of this man. All right, we're gonna see a few more plays from him later on. The Cowboys were trying to run the ball, but understanding they don't really have their full left side where it looked like where they were trying to do some running. He cut that back over to the right side. It still didn't do no good. Yeah, that's tough trading right there. Tough trading, guys. Next up, got another Javonte Williams stop. Man, let me tell y'all something. These doggone Rams, boy, they act like this was a regular season game to me. These boys were hitting. Check them out. These boys were hitting. Woo, man. That boy right there is, what's his name again? Verse or Nate Thomas? You didn't have a chance, bro. Man, look at this. Nate Thomas didn't. This dude, Nate, you ain't the only one he gonna do that to this year. You are not the only one he gonna do that to. Got another play by Javonte. And this time, he gonna break one right here. Check him out. Slow motion again. Appreciate him. They try to put some special effects on us this go around. Check him out. Nice block. Oh, man. Yep. Got him one. Did y'all see Jalen Tolbert with that hole back there, though? Watch Jalen Tolbert right here in your frame. Watch Jalen Tolbert right here. Watch this. He grabs his jersey. I'm like, Jalen Tolbert, what are you doing? Look. I'm like, that'd have been in the game. That'd have been holding. What in the world are you doing, bro? Now, see, this is stuff that scared me, too. Cavonte Turpin in here trying to block these big old dudes. Man, he had a freight train running through there. All right. Nate Thomas. Boy, Nate Thomas had a hard time today, y'all. When I tell y'all, Nate Thomas got the business today. I bet he having nightmares now. Look at this. He got him on that one. Let's go back on that one. He got him on that one. Okay, he got him on that one. Good job, Nate Thomas. Next, Dak Prescott. Next, Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb. Boy, I love this right here. CeeDee Lamb threw that hand up. Boy, he must have put a crazy move on this cornerback over here. Look at this. CeeDee got his hand up, bro. He already know he wide open. Nice. Easy pitch and catch. Easy pitch and catch. CeeDee said, I'm open, bro. That's great communication right there. Yeah, that was easy. Pitch and catch. Nice. I'm telling you, man, CeeDee Lamb has been having a phenomenal camp to me. Right here. Another play to CeeDee Lamb. Slow motion. Woo, look at this throw. Look at that throw. Nice. Nice. All right, let's see what we got next. Nice. Next up, Dak Prescott, George Pickens. We're going to see this a lot this year, I believe, too. Nice. Nice. Let me see, make sure what this one is. Got another one here to make sure it's not the same one to George Pickens. Let's see. Oh man, this throw to Pickens right here. Whoa, Dak. This was nice. Another one. Another one. Oh! They said that wasn't in. Let's see. I see one foot. I didn't see the other foot get down. Nice throw. Man, I think he dragged that foot down there. I think he dragged that foot. Yeah, he might have dragged that foot. It might have been a touchdown. But like the ball might have came loose too, so. I see. I see. Next up, Jonathan Mingo making his move in this camp. I see you, Mingo. Nice. I see you, Mingo. All right, let's see. I think it's got another. This is a different angle, but in fast motion. Nice. Nice. All right, we got another one here. Maybe Dak to Pickens. Might be the. Oh, this play right here, though. Boy, they would have lit. If this would have been a real game, oh, boy, they'd have lit George Pickens up. Watch this. Oh! I mean, I say they would have. He spun, but boy, that probably would have been a crazy hit. One of the things I can tell that they were told, I think they were told like the number one receivers, don't be trying to lay licks on like that on them. Because I noticed they pulled up on CeeDee Lamb, they pulled up on George Pickens, but they didn't pull up on Kevontae Turpin on one of them plays, I think. And I don't think I got to play. They like to mauled. Two-minute drill. Looks like Dak Prescott hit Jalen Tolbert 3 consecutive times. I think he hit him 3 consecutive times. Okay. Jalen Tolbert. That's the first play. I think he hits him again right here. Might be the same play. He said it was 3 consecutive times. Maybe he got it 3 consecutive times. That's the same play. At least I think it is. But he got in the end zone, looks like. And he said this was 3 consecutive times, but it looks like the same play from a different angle to me. Jalen Tolbert. Okay, this is different because Jalen is over here this time. Okay, yep. Dak got him again. Sounds like they did pretty good in a 2-minute today. All right. And then next I got just a few more. Boy, let me tell you, when the Rams got on offense, and I didn't get a chance to see it all, but boy, when they got on offense, oh my gosh. On this play right here, they had Troy Pride on Devontae Adams. I mean, what do you expect? Look at this. Boy, Devontae Adams ran right past that man. Don't feel bad, Troy Pride. He'd have probably done it to somebody else too. But he definitely toasted. And then right here, this is the newly signed running back for the Rams. And I think this is kind of what got some people alarmed, because people are saying the Cowboys are not going to be able to stop the run again, which I don't think that's going to be the case. Even though I still say we need a one tech. Comes around the outside. Oh, cuts it up. Yeah, we didn't fare too well today against the run. No surprise in the grand scheme of things, though. No surprise. See here, we got another one, I think, from Kyron Williams. Yeah, they was taking advantage of the Cowboys defense. No, I don't know why they called this Kyron Williams, but got a little goal line play right there. I wonder who assignment that was. I mean, he just sat right there. Yep. Rams on offense, they seem to be moving the ball pretty good today from everything I've heard in just these few plays. Then we got another play right here. Now, this play right here, I was looking at it a little bit today. It's an interception, but it actually wouldn't have been an interception because the reality of the situation is Dak Prescott is sacked long before this ball is picked off, I think. Check it out. Of course, you can see who it is right here. Verse or whatever his name is. Nate Thomas right there. Yeah, that's a sack. See, that wouldn't even been a pick. It'd have been that wouldn't even been a pick. He'd have been sacked. And I'm telling you right now, this is the very reason why Dak is not going to play the preseason. Yeah, he's sacked. Yep. That's exactly why you're not going to see Dak Prescott playing this preseason. That's the exact reason why you're not going to see him. Man, let me show you. Wait a minute. Let me just show you the comments. Boy, you could have a whole... The comments on this thing is crazy. Just look at some of the stuff people say in the comments, guys. Somebody says Cowboys offense straight up embarrassing themselves again. Somebody said, I don't want to see him starting. I'm sorry. Put Collins in now. Let's give him reps and stop playing. Talking about Nate Thomas right here. It says Nate Thomas getting some work today. That was for sure. Somebody said Milton over Dak. This is crazy. Somebody said, why Verse only staying on the backup left tackle side? Somebody said mid-season fall. Boy, these people are crazy. Somebody said 71 been getting smoked all camp. Straight lies. Calling Dak Prescott, Duck Prescott. I mean, these people in the comments, boy, they... Man. I'm sorry. These people in the comments need help, man. And let me give you the summation for the day. I hope I can keep finding these. But Kyle Human gives his summation for the day. Kyle Human said, tough day for both units. Rams had success on both fields. Not exclusively, but consistently. Corners had a tough time with Adams, Nakua, and Atwell. No! Defensive front struggled to get pressure. Turner had a sack, though. Says Ezeraku had a strong bull rush, but didn't utilize moves. Dak was precise in 2-minute drill and EOG end of game scenarios. And I do believe this is a place where Brian Schottenheimer is going to let Dak do a lot more work and damage than Mike McCarthy did. Because if you let Dak is like deadly in these 2-minute drills, these in the game situations, man, let Dak cook. Red zone work was won by the Rams defense. Lots of flags, including offensive pass interference against Lamb and Pickens at different times. Run game struggled to find a hole. Blue was the most efficient runner. Turpin was the best wide receiver. Big grab from Jalen Brooks from Milton before Milton's injury ended his practice. And those, as far as I could tell, those were the best plays of the day. All right, let me come to your comments before we get out of here today. Appreciate y'all rocking with me for 4 hours. Let's get some comments. Let me go back a little bit. The real estate vet had me rolling. I saw your comment a while ago, real estate. Real estate vet said Miles retiring in 4 years. I would. You might as well. You done spent your whole doggone career in Cleveland. I mean, you got paid, but what a waste. What a waste. Reginald Mackey said, at Daniel M., Jacksonville local press are pushing for it. Jacksonville. What are we talking about here? Reginald Mackey. All right, let me know again what they pushing for, Reginald Mackey. I'd like to know. Ron Hanna said, man, I see the time. The chat love chatting with y'all, but I have to be at work at 6:30 to G. Great content. Appreciate you. So I rock with y'all tomorrow for sure. To the best chat on YouTube. Have a blessed night. Yeah, we'll be back early tomorrow. We're going to be, well, it all depends on what time they play the Rams. Or I thought they practiced with them more than once, but I'll see. We'll see. Mike McCain said the Cowboys won Patrick Surtain. Yeah, they wanted him in the draft. They did. But the Broncos jumped up and stole him, so they ended up with Micah Parsons. Ooh. I remember that. Yeah. Maybe that's kind of why. Maybe that's why Colin Cowherd said he'd take Patrick Surtain, even though Patrick Surtain, y'all, is a conversation. He is a great corner. Patrick Surtain is an absolute great corner. He is. Real estate said we get another 6 years with Parsons. Yeah. I think if anything, Jerry's gonna probably go in for longer years. All right, let me go here. Yeah, I already told you, Danielle. You mentioned that. Yeah, we getting Christian Wilkins if it's me. I'm putting that joke in counseling. Brandon Cub said, no smoochy boochie. I'm putting him in counseling. Daniel M said, despite the pick in the end zone today, Dak was good all around. Yeah, Dak was good. Jared versus a good pass rusher. Man, Daniel M, he great. He great, man. He is. C-Bay said, makes him better losing the battle. Now come ready for regular season. Yeah. Yeah, Princeton fan. Ask Tucker, he got work today. Dang Liam said Turpin took a big hit. Yeah, I thought I had it, but I didn't get a chance to get it. Yeah, Turpin took a big hit. And that's what scares me about Turpin, playing him too much. I think you got to be careful whatever scenarios you're putting him in. Gregory said, gee, if I were a star in the NFL, I would not sign a contract without a no-trade clause. He said, I wouldn't care how much the contract was. Yeah. Lisa Worley, she said Parsons should have played in the scrimmage game just to show that he's a team player and not out for money. Lisa, you know, you really do, though. Lisa, you really do make a very interesting point. Because Jerry is alluding to the fact that Micah Parsons, it's not that Micah isn't out there because he don't have a contract. Micah, he's saying, does have a contract. And in Jerry's eyes, he's like he should be out there playing. But Jerry, but then Jerry alludes to the back that Micah said he had the tightness in his back, and everybody know he ain't got no tightness in his back. But I wouldn't be playing there either. Because it's a big risk. CB says, C-Bay said Mingo was being held there, no flag. Boy, yeah, I think they was getting away with some stuff today. Let me see here. I saw another comment here. Oh, Preston. Okay, let me read. Preston Taylor, Mr. G, Jerry needs to stop signing these injured players because we have 16. We have 16 players injured this year straight and kept keep up the very good work, sir. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Yeah. And Savon Revel Jr., this is one of the things that frustrates me about the Cowboys at times. I've talked about this. I don't like these players coming back early. Man, I'm telling you, Diggs, do not come back until you're 100%. Don't you come back here 90. Don't come back 93%. And then something go wrong again. Man, you come back 100% where you can really stay on that field and help us. Tangle said he think Tobin is regressing. Well, if you let Brian Schottenheimer tell he gets better and better. Said he gets better and better. You know what? I don't know if Tobin is necessarily regressing. I just think we're watching Jonathan Mingo be good. Miss Matrix, she said, we knew Real Greer could play. She said, we were all confused why they cut him before bringing him back the first time. Miss Matrix, a lot of people thought he beat out Cooper Rush. A lot of people thought he beat out Cooper Rush. Dang Liam said last time Dak had a bomb of a throw was a T.Y. Hilton catch against the Eagles at home. He's had a couple of bombs. I don't know if there have been 65 yards, but he's had a couple of big ones in probably more than a couple of big ones. But anytime it's Milton, boy, they eat it up. Yeah, boy. Oh. I don't know if Mingo gonna beat him. I don't know if Mingo gonna beat him out, but I think Mingo gonna get quite a few snaps. Tony Simmons said, trying to install a first-year run scheme is our biggest challenge. Yeah. Lisa said, I'm here. He took it like a G, long as he still got the ball when he led it. Man, Lisa, boy, they put a hit on that boy. But Tober gonna be fine. Dang Lim said, gee, Lamb, Pickens, Mingo, Tober, Turpin, and Brooks would be my 5 wide receivers for the upcoming season. Hold on, let me see if I would change one of them. Now, Turpin, technically, you don't have to worry about because, see, with Turpin, you could actually carry an extra guy anyway because Turpin is on your special teams. I gotta keep Ryan Flanoy. Oh, no. Ooh, man, this is tough right here. Trayshawn Holden. Man, Trayshawn Holden. He's looked pretty good. Trayshawn Holden has looked pretty good. Big Rombowski, he said, that's a stupid hole. Killer penalty if called in a real game. Rombowski, he didn't even have to do it. I mean, he didn't even have to do that one. Lost interest. Lisa, come get him. They talking about Tolbert got to go. Tolbert ain't going nowhere, man. Tolbert ain't going nowhere. Dang, Lim, you know what's crazy? I talked about this the other day. Cooper BB has done his job so good that nobody talks about him. He's just been that good. Rombowski said, yeah, I'm not sure why you're putting in Turpin when he's got a block. I don't like that part. I do not like that, Rombowski. Landonia said that holding ain't going to do nothing either. He said, Brady Cup said that he said that Tolbert holders how we shoot ourselves in the foot. I'm pretty sure they're going to see that on tape and say something to him about it. Lisa said, Daniel M., who's a Cowboy? Why you talking bad about him? You acting like he hate her. Who y'all talking about? Oh, you talking about Tolbert. Yeah. Now, Tolbert ain't going nowhere. The Cowboys love Tolbert. Lisa said when Tolbert is playing good, she said, don't y'all get on the bandwagon. Tell him, Lisa. Lisa said the bandwagon is closed. Caitlin Lockhart, I think Dak's going to be in the running. I do. I think he's going to be in the running. Robert Simmons, Dak going for 5,000. Book it. I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised. Brandon Cupp said booked. I will not be surprised. Brian Davis said, I do appreciate you creating space for these conversations. I respect the platform, just disagree on the mic and stuff. Great show, much love. Brian Davis, we're going to come to an agreement on Michael Parsons when they sign him, though. we gonna come to an agreement when they sign him because I believe they're going to sign him, and I think this is all much ado about nothing. Good discussion, but much ado about nothing. This dude ain't going nowhere. Jerry Jones and Michael Parsons, Brian Davis, Jerry Jones and Michael Parsons, when he signed that deal, they're going to be sitting at the table holding hands. Watch what I tell you. They're going to be either holding hands, arm around each other, and they're going to be laughing at everybody. Dangler said Lisa Worley, okay, y'all talking about Tolbert. Lisa said, leave Tolbert alone. Hallelujah. What's up? He said, by the way, just because you have a hold of someone's jersey doesn't make it holding. He said, you have to impede their movement. He said, people's jersey get grabbed every play in football. Brady Cup said, I feel our offense is stout. It's going to be great. I believe our offense is going to be great. Shotty didn't even unleash on them today. It's going to be great. I'm with you. We got to get a top 10 defense. And I mean a real top 10 defense. A real one. We got to get a real one. Not a smoke and mirror one where you like rack up all these stats like at a certain point in the season and then you fall to pieces down the stretch. We got to get one that can we got to get one that can get better down at the end. And I'm gonna tell you, I do believe. Don't get it twisted when I'm saying stuff about Trayvon Diggs. If Trayvon Diggs can get healthy and get back to the pre-contract, pre-injury Trayvon Diggs, Savon Revel Jr. get healthy, Deron Bland be back there, and Kyrie Elam balling, boy, you got a secondary. You got a secondary, and I'm serious. You got a championship level secondary, in my opinion, if you can get all those guys healthy and be on the field. Gregory, I'm with you. I'm glad Dak is under center too. And Dak is looking real. He's looking like he's ready to go too. He's looking like he's ready to go too. Miss Matthew said, dang. She said, why they picking on the little guy? Oh, no. Tober going to be fine. Y'all watch what I tell you. Yeah. Brian and Dak likes Tober. He going to be fine. But I like the problem. I like the problem the Cowboys have in the wide receiver room. George Pickens really put this wide receiver room at the perfect spot. You got two number ones, and you let everyone else fight it out for that number three. Turpin is you've already kind of notched out where you want Turpin. Boy, the Cowboys wide receiver room is going to be great. Great. I'm excited about it. C-Base said, put a big boy down in the middle. They don't get off on these runs or steal off to the perimeter. TA said, we're going to be straight, G. Oh, TA, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. I know we're going to be good. Yeah, it's practice. And again, we talked about it earlier, TA. This was for the Cowboys. Brian is not trying to show the Rams nothing. He was just trying to get his team used to seeing a different look. Because I'm pretty sure, you know, watching your defense, what else can they show you after, 2 weeks? Everything's pretty anticipatory. But now you had a different look. Now you get to see where you are. Big Rombowski, why did Sean Payton get a Russell Wilson so fast? Quarterback can't take sacks. Yep. You're right about that. Boy, he couldn't stand Russell Wilson. I still don't agree with the way he disrespected him. But he couldn't stand Russell Wilson, boy. But I'll tell you this. I do think the Cowboys are going to bring in some more players. I think after the Rams game, I think they're going to bring in some more players. I do. Yep. I think they're going to put in some more players. I do. Brandon Cup, when Dak puts 400 on the Eagles, they won't talk about Milton anymore. You know what's funny, though, Brandon? Kudos to Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has had a camp that has been so good. I mean, his camp has literally been so good. That 65-yard bomb is really, other than that, Dak has been so good, people haven't really talked about him. Hadn't really talked about Milton the way I think they wanted to talk about Milton. But I do think, now the bad thing is, hope Milton isn't hurt. Milton hit his hand on the helmet. And boy, that we remember when Dak had that happen to him. And so Milton is supposed to play the entire it looks like they pretty much already told Will Grier we want to get Milton some snaps. So he may very well play himself out of the second quarterback position if he doesn't do well. But I think they've told Will Grier what the deal is. I think Will Grier, if I'm not mistaken, I saw him. Did Will Grier play with the Eagles last year and got him a Super Bowl ring? But nevertheless, Will Grier, I think they pretty much told him, so he cool. Danglim said, G was talking about the Jaguars press pushing for Jacksonville to get Wilkins, but man, I don't think the Jaguars going anywhere any year. They another one of them teams that if you just wanted to mess up, if a player made you mad, just trade him to Jacksonville. just trade him to Jacksonville. That's all you need to do. Bump TY5X. What up? What up? East Texas tapping in. Yes, sir. Got Pimp C on there. I see you. Yeah, Rocket Joe be slinging that ball. He got an arm on him. He got a ball. He got an arm on him. Mike McCain said, well. The only receiver that was not given a free agent contract is the one that they say is really balling out there, Trayshawn Holden. Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier, man, Trayshawn Holden. Ooh. Trayshawn is balling. Bump TY5X said Trayshawn is my sleeper. Man, he balling. Yeah, Danglim said, G, I know people want Holden on the team, but he could be practice squad. Shoot. You put Trayshawn Holden on that practice squad you want to, he ain't going to stay. He ain't going to stay. Yeah, Danglim, yeah, he going to get his deal. Michael going to get his deal, and we going to get, hey, let me tell you something. I'm serious, man. If the Cowboys could get Wilkins some counseling on whatever this is he dealing with, shoot, man, bring him in. Shoot, Dennis Rodman played for the Bulls. I mean, Dennis Rodman wasn't doing that stuff, but Dennis Rodman was out there, man. That's all I can tell you. Dennis Rodman was out there, straight up. Gregory said Turpin has to be in on blocking plays. If not, the defense will be sitting on him every time. I agree. Gregory make a great point. He said that's like playing poker and always betting on good hands. Yep, you're right. That's the danger. But it is what it is. Yeah, Todd Church, it sounded like they said he should be okay. But again, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, what's the day? Today is Thursday, right? Today is Thursday. We'll see. We will see if he'll be all right by that game anyway. Hallelujah said if Dak puts up 400 on the Eagles, the haters will say Milton could have put up. They would say Milton could put up 1,000. Man, Dak's played so good though. We haven't heard a lot of the talk just yet. And so we'll see what happens during the preseason. We'll see what happens. We get Wilkins for defensive tackle and Gilmore for cornerback. Boy, I'd love to make both of these moves. He said, I'd say we'd be 12-5 and can win the division. Man, I would love for us to do this. Wilkins, man, he just needs some counseling. Sounds like he needs some kind of counseling. Dake Liv said you can talk to Wilkins and set him straight. I'll be the good cop, you be the bad cop. Yeah, it sounds like he needs some counseling, danging them. If I were the Cowboys, I would definitely bring him in, see what's going on. C-Bay said, yes, Robert was a nutcase and Pippen and Jordan were personalities themselves. Yeah, I mean, this is what you built the culture for. I would definitely want to see what it is. I would want to know what it is, to bring him in. Mike McCain, he said, Holden is going to get a spot on the roster. I believe so, too. He said, I'll put a twin on it. I see you, Mike McCain. Twin. He said he mad about not getting a contract. Everybody else got guaranteed money but him. He looking to make that roster. But if I'm not mistaken, even though he didn't get the guaranteed money, I think I heard somebody talking about this the other day, that there was a mistake made about the Holden contract. Okay, so we thought that he actually didn't get good money, but Trayshawn Holden is actually getting good money. Let me show you what his contract is. A lot of people thought his contract was only $3,000, but his contract isn't $3,000. It's it's the only part of the contract that's guaranteed. This is Trayshawn Holden's real contract. Trayshawn Holden's contract, he actually signed a 3-year, $2,968,000 contract. That includes a $3,000 signing bonus and $3,000 guaranteed. He would earn an average annual salary of $989,333. Holden's contract is notable for having no guaranteed money and a team low $3,000 signing bonus, which some view as a brutal negotiation. It goes to show you he got his opportunity because of the coach like Brian. Because Brian Schottenheimer made it as much. But let me tell you something. Trayshawn Holden, for that very reason, I believe, he'll stay on the straight and narrow. He'll make the team. And he gonna get that $1 million per season. $841,000 base salary for 2025, $1 million 2026, $1.1 million 2027. He'll get it. I believe he'll get it. But the Cowboys got some good problems. They have some very good problems. Because I'm telling you, man, the Cowboys wide receiver room, now that you've added George Pickens, oh, man. It just makes everything falls into place. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Appreciate you, Lisa Worley. Y'all forgive me. I am not going to dedicate no more time to this Michael Parsons stuff. No, we gonna put a time limit. Unless there is something major developed, we giving it a 10-minute. We gonna use the 10-minute rule on the Michael Parsons conversations. We're gonna put a timer on it. Anybody talk about it, we putting a timer on it. We're not doing it. Dag Liv said, as always, G, you are the G, and I'm glad to be the right-hand man of yours. Yes, sir, you my right-hand man. He said, I'm a die-hard, but I keep it 100 in here. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate all of y'all. Best chat on YouTube. Gregory, appreciate you. Good night. We might as well call this Cowboys After Dark because it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I'll see y'all again tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again if the Lord is willing. I'll see y'all tomorrow either at 4:30 or we're going to come on late again so that we can let the practice go. Because I thought we did more than one practice with the Rams. So we're going to let that practice come through. And we'll come back probably around 9 or 9:30 again tomorrow. And we'll go all the way to 2 o'clock again in the morning. Talking about them Cowboys. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Until the next time, DC4L. God bless. Let's talk Cowboys when we talk facts. Peace. Appreciate you, C-Base.